What up, good people? I don't know if Florida's the only state that got transported to hell overnight, but holy shit, is it hot outside today? Pulse move this early? Could it be? What time is it? We got our psychological ranges coming in about an hour. My man said only 108. Yeesh. How's everybody's morning? Good trades in. Go check on the patient. Patient's still going sideways. Nah, for real though. It's one of those days. We'll see if they free the trap longs, then we can start watching for that. This downtrend for me is sort of my next area of interest. And then we've got our two measured moves left to the top side, which basically take us right into that area of interest. So we'll see. Next couple hours are gonna tell. Oh, those man ashtray. Give me a second. I gotta go grab something. All right, y'all. My house is a little noisy right now. Scream at me if it's too much. What's going on? You guys letting High Def troll you into thinking he's got emotions? Silly rabbits. What's the word, gang? Any good movies today? What you guys been playing with? Silly rabbits. Trolls don't have emotions. That's why they spend all day trying to live off of yours. I'm just trying to get him out of his whole age. I know he's listening. Kind of interesting, huh? How we ran 2022 all the way to about here. And then now it's looking a whole hell of a lot more like 14. Caught the bottom of what? Went up. Bitcoin? I'm getting out of this Bitcoin trade before I get anything else. I don't really see a lack of control. We haven't taken out the trap longs. Psychological ranges are coming in now. We just swept some liquidity to the top side. We'll see what happens when these ranges come in within the next, what, 30 minutes? Bro, it's so hot that my AC is just grabbing the hot air and then throwing it at me at an increased velocity. Like that's the AC's job right now. They're still having like rolling blackouts and shit over there? Or it's just today? I like Algo. I think Algo's gonna have a good year or a good season. I really think utility is gonna see I think utility is gonna see some action. There's too many things going on infrastructure wise, right? And I can just see the market looking like, okay, well that's already moved. What other utility is there? Sort of spreading out. But I mean real utility, not like vaporware, right? Like chains with actual utility and transactions, throughput. Well, the buyers and sellers, though, how she says I'm gonna get my 65, right? Or poly market, basically. It's at 91 cents. The problem with poly market is that all of those people that voted 91 cent or not or 65 cents are not planning on buying Bitcoin. They're just sitting on poly waiting for their bet to go up. It don't really help us a whole hell of a lot, but it does show us some sentiment. Excuse me. Oh, okay. Now they've been starting to have more and more rolling blackouts. I expect that to get worse in different countries. All right, let's see what the true intention of this was. Unless it was just vector recovery and liquidity harvesting. Yeah, the lower the leverage, the higher the margin. So this move up, you can just see, right? We were flooded with short liquidations, and we had a vector gap above. These are just poor market participants, right? Why would you put your 100x liquidations in between a vector imbalance and the trap longs? Guys, I've been telling you this from the beginning. War isn't going to drop it more than it was planning on dropping, and peace isn't going to save it quicker than it was planning on getting saved. We're not in the bear market because of the war. I just don't want anybody to get their hopes up that, like, if peace is announced, that somehow the bull market is back on, because that had nothing to do with why we went into the bull market in the bear market in the first place. Now, what it does is it greatly increases the chances of us getting a rate cut. There's going to be, in my opinion, no rate cuts while we're at war, and we kind of need the rate cuts to fuel our run, right, during the next cycle. So yes, we needed to finish. We need to finish so that inflation can calm down, so that the Fed can feel comfortable enough to cut rates. But I don't think there's anything intrinsic about it that just because we're out of war, all of a sudden people decide they want to buy Bitcoin. Honestly, I hate to say it, but it's a bit of the opposite. Bitcoin did really well after the war. Bitcoin actually stopped bleeding as hard as it was bleeding when the war started. Until we lost that flag, obviously. But that entire relief rally up into that bear flag was all during wartime. Bitcoin tends to like war a little bit currently. Israel is like Miles Morales. I'm gonna do my own thing. I'm telling you, we're gonna leave. In my opinion, war's over. We won. We out. And then just ignore anybody that says any different. Look at this news article. Bitcoin trader says retail will return after a sudden 20% BTC candle. Cool and all, but whose cup and why do we care? I'm not saying he's wrong, but you got to do a little bit better than Bitcoin trader. Like, it's a slow news day. Excuse me. They're right, though. Retail will come flooding back in as soon as there's some movement. That was the most trust me, bro article I've seen in a long time, though. I got one H. I got central air and I got a portable AC in the office. I also have a 1,000-watt space heater that I call a PC. where you can wear it, like that thing that goes around your neck. It's giving dad at Disney World vibes. Let's go look at some alts. Beach. So the right there. So ADA, right? You remember my thesis on ADA? If we miss the tops by this much, then don't be surprised if we take out the bottoms by the same amount. Let's do the since going. What I'm basically looking at before we get going are a couple things. I'm looking at the W pattern, right? I'm trying to see which alts still have that healthy W pattern, and also which alts have taken out that high. Right? I'm watching that line. Yeah, I was looking at it earlier. Right, so we're paying attention to that white line, and we're also paying attention to this uptrend. right? That's how I think we're covering it. So as we flip through these, right? I'm not going to draw it for every chart because we're going to go through it quick. But as we flip through it, just pay attention to this midpoint, right? Are we above that midpoint and holding? Like, have we got to the type 4? Are we still trapped underneath? Or have we breaking that down trend? That's how we're judging on the 4-hour if these halts are strong or not. See, still at your type 2, haven't come up to that midpoint. Above the midpoint, still holding its uptrend, breaking out of its W. Broke out of its W, came back, retested. Hasn't broke out yet, right? That's how we're looking at it. It's just, ooh, gapped up. Breakout for Brett. What do we think? Lower high for ES? Or is it not done yet? That's the main question right now, really. Does ES see another high? Or are we looking for lower highs? Let's see. Right. Even in what we were saying about utility, you can see it now, right? Say utility, gaming flat, flat, gaming flat, render popped out, utility, ray utility, on quant is flat. That takes out my thesis there. Pith utility, PYR gaming, speculative flat, pump, speculative, prime, speculative, popcat, speculative, ponky, speculative, pole, Pepe, speculative, Pepe community, speculative, Pengu, speculative, Ondo, utility, but not popping, OKB. Yeah, I don't see any reason to be holding gun right now until the bottom of the market. I don't see any reason to be holding any gaming right now until the bottom of the market. No gaming, no memes, none of that bullshit. Except for, the bell at the ball that's popping at one given time, but oh. Yeah. I'm not gonna say it because you already know it. Like if you're trading this, you know what you're doing. You know, being on spot doesn't save you from losing your money, right? It helps, but I mean, you technically won't lose it. It'll always be there. You just won't be able to sell it to anybody. All right. I know the thought. Like I know the thought process, right? The thought process is, well, it did the same exact thing last time. And then look at the move that it had. Right? Or like any time that it comes down for the most part. I get it. But look at this price action. I want you to pay attention to the price action inside of this box. Because this looks normal, right? 4 hour, little green candle, and I was just holding on. Maybe just the volume died out or whatever. Look at what happens as we go down in time frames. Uh, Apparently nobody wants it. I mean, this is very extractionary. After that big dump, look at the work that's put to bring price up. Look at the difference in the nature between your up candles and your down candles. This one was cool, right? Tons of price action. As soon as it hit, everybody was ready. And then the struggle sort of began, right? On the way up. But then look at how fast the sell offs come in. And other people who were underneath, underwater, trying to get out of their bags, push up, and then look at how fast the sell offs come in. The only reason that people are pushing price up here is because they want to sell at a higher. This isn't one of these situations where let's get Siren back to where it was sort of deal. This is a situation where it's like, I'm going to grind this up and take as much as I can because I'm severely underwater. Like, look at each one of those sell offs. Each time it sells off, it's super aggressive. Stairs up, elevator down. Even in this tiny price action, when it starts to get to nothing, I'm not saying it can't go up, but if you're going to hold something, you should have an idea in your head on why you think it should go up. Like, why should this go up today? Right? Is there like a story going on with the team? Is there some hype or a deal or something like that? Do we see increased volume? Right? Was there a listing? Now, what I will say is that you have had slight increased volume. You got a little mound, a little growing mound here. Pause of volume, but that's what lottery tickets are, right? You buy, you hold, and if it pops, it pops, and if it doesn't, then hopefully the lottery ticket didn't cost you that much money, and it's not a big deal, you know? Yeah, and if you're on spot, I mean, you could be underwater for 3 months, and it's not going to kill you if you don't need the money. But even then, you have to have an idea on why it should go up. If you don't have one, find one. If you can't find one, leave. You know what I mean? If you can't find one, just sell it and buy something else that you actually can find a reason besides it used to be up. It used to be up and now it's not up, so it's got to go back up. That's not a good reason. Oh, they're working on this sort of thing and they got a good team and I think that's going to catch fire. And that's a decent reason, right? I feel like they're undervalued because they're doing this, and that. That's a reason to hold. But don't let prior performance um give you expectations of a future breakout. Because sometimes these things just don't go back up, you know. I know it seems like they do, but we could spend all day looking at charts that went down and like never came back up. A lot of the times I find myself holding things, it's not even a reason I believe in. Like I'll do my research, and for some reason, all of Twitter will be convinced that this thing is going to be the new whatever, 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 and then that'll be my reason. Right? I'm holding this because all of these tarantulants, for some reason, are convinced that this shit is going to go crazy. So, but there still has to be something there. We'll see. It looks like they want to. Guys, I've been saying it for a while. Stay away from DeFi right now. Like, please stay away from DeFi. I don't know if you guys have been noticing, but there has been DeFi hacks and exploits almost every day this week on different projects. Is it a coincidence that it happened right after they released Mythos? I don't know. But I know that I can't go through my news feed without seeing some small or not so small DeFi project that had a breach or an exploit. So be very careful, y'all. I don't want to get conspiratorial, but it almost feels like an attack on DeFi right as the banks are getting ready to offer DeFi services or quote unquote. Look at Tal. I like Tal. Tal is probably one of my favorite on-chain AI projects. That's a nice type 2 for the W too. If you could get Bitcoin to go sideways without taking out lows, that could get interesting. Right. Basic same. Let's fix this W pattern. Update it. Same level that the old type 2 is on. And so that would be the setup for Tau, but Bitcoin would have to hold very strong for that. Right. As of right now, what we had play out was that W got to the top 5, put in our M pattern. Ran that route, and now we're trying to recover it. People don't realize this was where Tau was on 1010. And it makes sense, right? It held a lot of its narrative because AI never died on legacy side, at least not yet. But when that AI bubble pops, I expect Tau to get nice and cheap for me. And we'll see if it fractals into another W. You want to see this come down. Let's get rid of this. Hold on. If you're long, you want to see this come down and touch your 382, at least 382.5. Golden pocket is really where the confluence is there. Retest the top of that range, put in a larger W. Try to keep pushing. I'll be right back. Let me grab this lighter. What happened to my green vape?
But it feels much better than this.
Horrible.
No.
It's really bad.
That heat that he had on this floor, it's gone.
Not right now, no.
You're super muted, Dbloc.
You're muted still.
Tonight we take the chip.
All right, I'm back. What are we talking about? You guys don't do good going sideways, huh? Everybody starts freaking out a little bit. You know, I've never been one to question God, but are we 1000% sure that this sun thing is necessary? Because holy shit, is it hot right now? And I know if you live in Arizona, just ignore me. Right? If you live in the desert, ignore me. Oh shit. There gotta be a better way. Bro, I have got a commercial grade air conditioner in my house. Yeah, just ignore me, H. Because I know the heat you're dealing with is crazy. The rest of my house is cool. My office is crazy right now, though, because of the PC. Yeah, yeah. I don't expect this summer to be a nice one. I expect a lot of beach and pool in my future. Yeah, I'm never allowed to complain about the weather, H. Especially here with y'all, because there's always somebody that's either colder or hotter. But y'all not in my skin, damn it. Okay. Ah. We LARP winter for like 2 months out of the year. We like role play cold and then go back to summer. You know the play here, y'all. We've been talking about it for freaking days already. 15-minute 800 was the line that we needed to break for the Bulls. 2 targets for the Bulls, 64, 65. If we don't get a rejection off the whole and half number, then we're going after our top vector. That would put it in RW. That takes us to reject off of 70. Nothing's changed. If this, then that. This measured move already. Let me just draw this real quick. I'm not going to leave it on the chart. This is already played out, but I want to show you the fractal. And W already played out of the trap. But we came back and hit 0.5. If I'm not mistaken. Almost 0.5, 382. Right, so that's our second fractal there. That gives us a measured move. The measured move isn't really important because we've already got a measured move there. But it's what would take us past that 65 if it plays out. Which would put our invalidation right here. And the neckline that needs to break would be right there. So and that measured move takes us to break 65. But remember, whole and half numbers are really strong. So we should see it happen quick if it's going to. Well, there you go. It's just a slightly higher high, but more importantly, it takes us above that half number. Right? Getting above 65 is important. Remember, the reason that 65 is important is because it's also our downtrend from this entire drop. Right? This would take us to retest. Everybody who's been trading on the hour has been on a nice, comfortable surf this whole time. I have to breathe a little bit after taking these licks. Let's go to the 1 minute. Map out 50% of this vector. Let this breakdown die out or play out first, and then I'll look at whatever. Take a look at the book and see where this. That's where the slip happened right there. All right, so 6446, which is gonna be half of that vector. 6446 exactly. Yeah. So coming back clear where that slip happened to take 50% of that vector. If bulls step back in where they stepped in last time, then it'll hold. And we'll move up towards our targets. Between 645 and 646 is where the bulls need to step in. Four, five, six, 6444. Yeah, that's about right. Put down our favorite time frame. Or my favorite time frame, I should say. %50 of that vector. We want to see volume pop in here and some aggressive buyers on the tape. Now, hold on, let her cook. Love when Bitcoin does what it's supposed to do. All right, let's get it. Let's see if that 1 minute 50 was enough. 50% of the 5-minute vector is a little bit lower. Let's go back on the micro. Remember what I always say, y'all. Don't trade the chart you want. Trade the chart you see. Really need to see this volume pick up, though. I'm all for it, but I need to seize it.
I'm not. Dump it.
Mm, mm, mm. A decent amount of liquidity that got taken. Good news for the Bears is that, or for the Bulls, is that we didn't see any massive dump offs into that sweep, which leads me to think that it's not. It was not a sweep to find buyers, sell off, or we would have seen it. But I also don't see any continuation. Could very easily just be a swing to grab liquidity. You know, holds right there. If it gives back the range, then we know what time it is. Very simple breakout versus deviation setup. But it could very well be a deviation short play. See where our visible range is. Yep. You got the levels you need to hold. Most bullish would be if you hold at the very least the 5 minute 50% of that vector. But if you come back into this value area high, you're going to seek out point of control. This has a very low point of control. Oh, I guess I can get rid of that. Anymore. Point of control is back at the ghost of CME. But like I said, I didn't see any aggressive selling into those buyers. So either we had a whale that got froggy with no sort of follow through, or they're building more buy side liquidity. Let me turn these dead bodies off so you can see how we cleared the board there. All right, let's dial back into the micro. Been here a million times before. Type 2 entry or lower low. Already more than enough for a type 2 there. You'd have to go down on the 5 second to see it. low participation. Guys, don't trade on the 5-second. This is literally just teachable moment. Trying to show you how structure builds even on smaller time frames. For anybody that just walked in, no, I'm not trying to suggest that you trade on the 5-second. Yeah, 1 second, right? Who needs candles? Who needs candles? What this does show you, though, and this is Bitcoin perp, right? So just to be clear, if this wasn't Bitcoin, this is not something that I would be trading today. And this is not what I look for an asset that I expect to move, you know? Reason we're zoomed in is we're just trying to see how price is reacting to 50% of the larger vectors that were left behind on the way down. If anybody didn't see the deep dive that we did yesterday on Elon and the IPO, I would go look at the last stream somewhere about 4 hours in. We spent about 2 hours digging into what my thesis is and what's going on if anybody's interested. It's actually one of my better reports. I do say so myself.
Is that the only place we can get it? We don't
Right
have a
now,
clip.
yeah, I don't have it. I don't have it on. It's not clipped because it's in the. It's if you want to watch live while we were doing it, you have to see it on the stream. But I will post the videos that I played and the report.
Okay, good. Thanks.
But it shouldn't be hard to find. Just fast forward through it so you see the first video. You were here, Carlo.
Yeah, I actually was there as well, but my son wasn't able to listen to it, and I really wanted him to. So I was trying to
Okay.
figure out where I could have him listen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was good stuff.
All right, we're not done. That wasn't exactly a 382 for an M pattern though. So we can't drop that measured move. Or was it? I think it was, unless my eyes are fooling me. Nope. Just a continuation, not an M pattern. W is invalidated. Remember, this line right here is the top of the range. And so we come back into the value area high, then we have to start seeking out on a control. And so bulls, while you needed to hold those 50s, you really more than anything don't want to come down underneath that value area high at 64.2. Remember, this entire thing is a vector. Yeah, I definitely think it'll get cheaper. The deep dive was more concerning what I think Elon's master plan is behind all of this. But if I'm right, I definitely will be holding SpaceX. Question is at what price? Yep. We know that traditionally, when CME was a thing during the psychological ranges, market maker would like to bring price back down towards the CME gap. CME is no longer a thing. We only have the ghost of CME. That being said, if we lose this value area high, point of control is right at CME. Interestingly enough. Only 2 levels left if you're bulls, or if you're a bear, actually only 2 levels left for you to attack. 50 EMA in that uptrend and that value area. I'm gonna buy it for SpaceX underneath $1 billion market cap.
When you buy SpaceX, what exchange are you going to use, or how do you buy it?
You can use whatever you want. It's on
I mean,
Robinhood and it's on all your regular stock exchanges.
they're on the exchanges now too, no? Like the regular ones, like Wix and all that, like the crypto ones.
There's digital versions, yeah.
So it's pretty much kind of like the same thing, no?
It just follows the price, but you don't own the stock.
But you can get out like in and out easier.
Yeah.
Less regulated, no?
It's just always on.
What do you use? Do you buy like on Robinhood, or
I got some pre-sale and then I was scalping on Solana.
what do you mean Solana? You bought on Solana Network?
Mm-hmm.
What about any memes? Any good memes connected to SpaceX?
I don't know. Bro, we are not in meme territory, bro.
Yeah.
Nowhere near it. Not even close.
I was looking at some memes, like kind of like SpaceX or whatever. I mean, they didn't do too good. Just like a 2 mil market cap.
I mean,
It's not really.
not financial advice, right? I could buy whatever you want, but if you ask me, I can't tell you the last time I seriously looked at a meme.
Yeah. Well, it's not like before. It'll be like at 1 million, and then it'll run up to like 50, and then 100.
This is the last quarter, man. This is the last quarter of this bear market. It's time to get serious. Now factor in the Tesla acquisition flip. My plan is to buy SpaceX at the lowest possible valuation before they announce intentions to acquire Tesla. That's gonna be a fight, bro. The shareholders are gonna put up such a fight because they know what the plan is. The plan is to take away their voting rights. Remember, the importance of calculating these psych ranges is that price will return to these ranges during the week, right? Psych ranges work as mean reversion for weekly cycles. So where we set this is important. Guys, I don't personally, and this is just for me, but I gotta say this because most of us met through Doge. I can't do it anymore. I'm done. Try to make it work. Every time me and Doge make up, screws up again. I'm like, I'm good, bro. When we get into the level, when we get into the class on coin selection, we're gonna go through a checklist, right? Well, the first thing on the checklist is why should this go up? Right? Why should this go up? Why should this go up? Why should this go up today? And that question has just been harder and harder for me to answer when it comes to Doge. X payments, right? I get it. But if you look into what Elon's planning right now and what he's working on, I really don't see how pumping Doge fits into this. I feel like we caught Elon at a time when he was bored. And now he's busy, basically. But everything at the right price, right? I don't think that Doge takes out its highs next bull market unless we have extreme quantitative easing. Not to shit on Doge, but I'm going to use it as an example. Remember, it was like almost a year ago where I told you that Doge was on a suicide watch for me. And what it is like coins go into what you call a death spiral, right? Some coins take longer for it to happen. Some coins it happens after the first time they pump, you know, whatever. Doge has been great. Doge has been holding up against Bitcoin amazingly, right? But the problem happens when, let me find an older Doge chart. Hold on. Remember I told you the wave 2, wave 1, wave 2. If wave 2 isn't higher than wave 1, then you don't get a wave 3. If wave 3 isn't higher than wave 2, then you don't get a wave 4. My bad. I know that just sounded like a bunch of mess. Let me get. All right. So this has been Doge. It's cool, right? You have a wave 1. If your wave 2 on a new project goes higher than your wave 1, then you can expect a wave 3 that goes higher than that. But that has to continue, right? What happens is at the first time that your last bear market or your last bull market doesn't go higher than the previous one, then you start to run into the possibility of going into a death spiral, right? What that looks like, and it usually happens after a coin has a blowout year. Like think SHIB, right? SHIB is actually a better example of this. Right? This is typically what it looks like. It'll have its blowout year. If it can't sustain the highs of that last blowout year, right? Let me get an older chart. Coinbase? Yeah. So wave 1, right? That was SHIB's wave 1. If wave 2 doesn't go higher than wave 1, then you go into what we look at as like a death spiral, which means that going forward, the highs for this, in my opinion, won't get as high as wave 2. And then it'll go lower, and then it'll go lower, and then it'll go lower. Right? Unless something steps in. Right? It's just the death. What you're looking at is the death of interest, right? The death of attention. You see it all the time with memes. Bonk is an example of it going right. Come on, old bonk chart. You can't see it's wave 1, but bonk had a wave 1, wave 2 that went higher than the wave 1, right? So I would expect that bonk still has the possibility to put in a wave 3 that's higher than that, right? Because its attention hasn't died off just on a retrace.
What about Pepe?
Wave 1, wave 2 higher than wave 1. Right? So it still has next bull market to prove itself. But remember, it had a blowout year. This usually happens, the death spiral usually happens after you have like a blowout year. It's not very common that coins repeat parabolic years year after year after year. Right? They might still go parabolic, but when they have their blow off like Doge's year or SHIB's year, it becomes kind of like Trump. Trump is a perfect example. Trump is never going to go back over its wave 1. I wish that you could list your charts on TradingView by age. Whatever, trust me. Huge wave 1, and then just complete die off. Yeah, that's all it is, bro. That's all it is. People move on. That's what's so important about Bitcoin, right? That Bitcoin is honestly the only thing that you can count on so far, season after season to take out its highs. I mean, look at ETH, right? A lot of people put ETH in that category. Well, ETH is always going to take out its highs. It didn't, right? We double topped off our highs.
ETH is trash.
ETH just got really manipulated. That's all. Really bad. You got to remember what happened. The big dog stepped in on the Bitcoin ETF, right? The secondary dogs underneath them, your JP Morgans, these guys, they didn't. When the ETF blew up, JP Morgan stepped in and said, well, we want that ETH ETF. Right. So they try to make up for the fact that they missed the Bitcoin ETF by loading into the ETH ETF. The reason they missed the Bitcoin ETF was because by the time it was announced, the price went, right? So if you didn't jump in before that, you had to buy highs, and they weren't about to do that. So they all piled into the ETH ETF, but they also suppressed the price to be able to fill up. They basically used this bull market to just fill up on ETH. And then when they were done, they let it go from 12 to 44, right? But by that time, the market was done. There was no time left. Like ETH literally ran out of time. But that has to do because they were filling up. I think ETH breaks all-time highs during the next. I don't think ETH is on a death spiral or anything like that, because it didn't have its blowout year, right? Sol had its wave 1 during the last bear market, during the last bull market, when Sol had when it first ran. Its wave 2 was during this bull market. It took out its all-time highs. And so you can expect wave 3 during the next during the next bull market to have a good opportunity to take out those highs. Sui, on the other hand, had its wave 1, right? So during the next bull market, we're watching Sui to see if it has its blowout year, if it has its Solana year. It's just waves of interest. I got SpaceX at 135, but it was pre-sale. I can't sell that for 60 days. And then I just scalped dips on it on chain. Just buying and selling. I'm not holding on to any of that shit. I'm already stuck holding on to my pre-sale allocation, so Bro, that week, I mean, that was the death of memes. That's when memes died. Trump, then Melania, then the Argentina guy. The rap. Bro, it's different when a 10-year-old in his basement rugs you than when the president of the United States in front of the world rugs you twice. Well, it wasn't for sure, right? There were some exchanges that had allocations and they had them at a specific price, but you weren't guaranteed to get an allocation. And the allocation wasn't big at all. Right? It's not like I went super heavy. Discord shouldn't be muted. There's nobody talking on Discord right now, except for me. I was just answering somebody in YouTube chat.
Dbloc, I got an update on my Claude account suspension.
What happened? They get back to you?
No, I read through the whole user agreement, and a component of one of the apps that I built through Fable addressed some emotional health concerns for a minor.
What the hell?
So it was more like, hey, if you're being bullied, let's, and so you can't do that. So that's my guess. I read through the whole thing. I had to, I just didn't assume it was a mistake. So
nah, I gotta look into that, because I mean, it's not for a minor, but some of the stuff that I'm doing on my dashboard deals with like emotional shit and stuff. Because I gotta make sure that I'm not crossing any lines. That's interesting though. I would have never even thought that was an issue.
Never. Yeah. It's definitely worth it. You can, I guess, just dump it right back into Claude and ask it.
Yeah. Better safe than sorry. Well, apparently you were about to get cut off anyways, because I can't use mine.
Fable or Claude?
Fable.
Oh yeah, it's done.
Yeah.
Until I don't foresee them bringing it back out free again. I think that would just promote what happened, which was so many people got a hold of it and did some insane stuff with it. I think it's just going to go straight to paid, but who knows? It's going to probably even be more abbreviated.
Yeah, I think the plan was always to go to usage tokens anyways. I mean, what's funny is they tell you, okay, you can use it on your subscription, right? But if you ran it for 24 hours and did any serious work, you ran through your subscription tokens on the first day. So you were going to have to pay usage anyways,
Yeah, it's just a matter of how much can you get done in one day.
Exactly. Plenty too. Funny thing is, you could get plenty done. I had that shit optimized at least for like 3 or 4 projects. Just changing small. I didn't use it to its full capacity, right? But I did find some issues in a couple things. I don't know. It's cool. I mean, it's not the type of thing you're going to use all the time anyways. And who cares? I mean, honestly, usage tokens is fine. Like if I'm building projects somewhere else and I'm just using this as a final run through, you know what I mean, to optimize and to, make some changes, then I think that's probably the cheapest way to do it. Don't build the entire project on Fable. Plan, build, get everything looking decent to where you want it, you know what I mean? And then you go ahead and you hand it over.
Yeah, I think you just need to ask Claude, hey, can I just do this in code, or do I really need to use Fable?
Yeah. I honestly, 90% of the things, first of all, like 80% of the things that you want to do, you can do right on chat. The only difference is how automated, right? It's when you're doing it through chat, you got to build those artifacts all the time. You got to keep reprompting. You got, you know, so the second level is to go to code and have some schedule, some tasks, where it runs on its own while your PC's on. But then the next level from that, right, is going cloud-based. So even if your PC's off, they're working for you. But as far as the difference between Fable, like it really just comes down to coding. Like if you're not running any intensive, I mean like really intensive, like unless you're trying to vibe code Palantir, you know? Imagine what that guy, you know, that guy that vibe coded Palantir with Claude, imagine what he could have done with Fable though. That shit would have probably looked amazing. I'm sure he's gonna rerun it. But everybody's going to, that's the thing, right? Like going to get to the point where everybody's projects are already built and every new LLM model is just going to be used to refine it.
That's right. And really the power of when you connect to, you know, third-party apps, seeing what some of these people did with just websites and apps and games was mind-blowing. Just depends on how much the maintenance is going to cost.
That's the thing. Token preservation and like maintenance is going to be so important in the future, bro. People don't realize, like, and I've been saying this, guys, you just starting, get your foldering systems under control. Right? If you don't understand what that means, just talk to Claude and be like, Claude, I don't want any problems in the future when it comes to how we're filing things. Because, I mean, just think like some people have it set up to where when you ask Claude to do something, it literally has to read all the skills, all the MDs. In 5 or 10 years, like you're going to burn through so many tokens just getting context. Right? Just getting to the point where Claude knows what you're talking about. So like when you're setting up skills, like label the skills something you're going to remember so that you can actually use the / skill instead of saying, Claude, remember that thing we were working on? Yeah, build that for me. Right? Because now it's got to go through your entire context to figure out what the hell you're talking about.
That's right. I mean, I could see certified financial planners in the future having to learn how to manage your tokens, or else they're not going to get hired. Certified token planner.
Hell yeah. Of course. I've been working on a master prompt for that. And it keeps changing, right? Because things keep coming up. But if you go into GitHub, there's a lot of projects that are basically just token saving based prompts, right? That you feed Claude, like always do this, never do this, always search in these files first before searching in these files. Claude is greedy. I've caught him being greedy a couple times already. Crashed my computer twice already. It's like there's space, there's data, there's GPU. So there's a bunch of different ways that it, like I had it do a job the other day where it was putting together a longer form video for me. But it started running a PowerShell for every segment at the same time on my PC and it crashed my PC. So I came back and I was like, bro, you crashed my PC. What are you doing? And it literally told me, I'm so sorry. I got greedy. It seemed like there was enough overhead. So I had to like tell it like, look, bro, you do one thing at a time. You know, conservation is the key, not speed, those type of things.
So that'll ultimately be what phases people out. It's like you can use the tools, but if people don't have enough time to learn how to manage all of their tokens, but maybe it'll be automated. Maybe by the end of this year, it'll just be something that's completely automated for you. As long as you're paying on the front end, you have something that's just going to automatically automate all your token usage.
I mean, I don't think the LLMs themselves, because at that point they're robbing themselves, but somebody will, right? The prompts are just getting better and better, and every time there's a new way to sort of save tokens. And I think people now are more aware of exactly what's costing them tokens, like what burns tokens versus what doesn't.
So even your prompt on a basic level does that for people who are just getting started.
It saves about 70%. It saves about 70%. But there's also things that you have to do as a user, right? Like stop thanking Claude. That's one of the things I had to start doing. Like literally, I would sit there and be like, oh my God, thank you. You just saved me so much time. And then it would sit back and send another paragraph with 3 questions. And I'm just sitting here going back and forth, just burning tokens, bro. That's what Gemini is for, right? One of the next classes we're going to have are going to be for chat based, right? That's where we're going to get into the Geminis and the gems, where you can create all of your, the people that you talk to, not your workers, but your advisors, right? Your workers, you have to pay. Your advisors, you can get away with a really simple plan or even a free plan, depending on how much you're talking to them. But you have to keep those separate. Right. And then your advisors on Gemini, they can write plans for you to go and give your Claude on the things that you talk about and you build over there. Right. And then Claude will then refine them. And so you have to look at it like you have a workforce. These are all different jobs. And you got to know when to go to the right person for the right thing.
Yeah, that analogy is perfect. And I think a lot of people like myself just getting wrapped up and go, that you're just not doing that.
Yeah. Another thing too is having a really well thought out, sussed out plan before you even sit in front of Claude. Because some of the going back and forth, it burns, right? So if you could go on Gemini, or you could go on even something as easy as having a generative AI give you a mock-up of what the dashboard of what you want it to look like, right? Get that straight. Fonts you want to use, get all of that figured out. Then you can go and give it to your worker, and it goes and it gets everything done, right? It's like if you've got somebody that does graphics or somebody that's a coder, it's a difference between handing them an entire plan and putting them to work, or like sitting down in front of them and now let's chop it up for 2 hours and figure out what we're going to do. Like, you're just burning tokens while you do that. And even though Claude can do it better, yeah, you can get a lot of the pre-production stuff done, for sure.
Yo, Claude's been killing it for me. What up, Dbloc?
Nice. What's going on, Drew?
Chilling. Yeah, man. I've been digging deep because, you know me with my lawsuits and everything. And I got one of the upgraded Claude, not the 21, the one higher up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really good with the projects because you can just upload so many files. I'm just uploading crazy random like conversations, whole folders with like it's not organized at all. And I'm like, can you make sense of this and find out the best evidence I have? It runs it so much quicker than ChatGPT. And then after that, of course, I pretend like I'm the opposition, like the defendants, and I'll go on like ChatGPT as a defendant or Gemini, and then I'll cross-reference like that and kind of like pick apart my own case, and it's been working out so well.
Oh yeah, you gotta in the Discord we started a little AI class, and I put together this dashboard called Cypher Life, and it's basically got like all your finances, all your daily stuff, your health stuff, your emails, your all of that shit. But it's all like easy to put together prompt. It just gives you like a dashboard to work out of. But what I want to show you when I'm done with it is the Claude OS that I'm working on, which is basically like a dashboard. So it'll be like a terminal, right? But it'll be like a full dashboard you work on. And then it'll show you what all your agents are doing, what jobs they're doing, how far they are on their tasks. It's basically like a UI that you use when you're using Claude, so that you don't have to be staring at a black, just that terminal shit gives me a headache sometimes, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, and I tried the browser and I downloaded the program too, and I'm wondering with you, like if you let the program have its own kind of limits, I know browsers have limits how much a processor can use.
Are
I
you on
already
Claude
set the
Code or Claude Desktop?
desktop. Well, I tried both. Desktop is the one I'm using mostly right now.
But what you're doing, I think desktop is fine because you're just asking questions and you wanted to answer, you wanted to, put stuff together. But like for if you get into like building stuff or if you get into any sort of like automations, like if you want Claude to do the same thing every day at a certain time without you having to tell it, then you want to go more in the Claude Code.
Yeah, I haven't been using the design, the code, or anything. I just like set up a project and just kept on feeding this project file everything I
No, that's
need,
good.
and it's
Yeah.
been working
So
out.
you basically have like a Claude Lawyer project, and then you're just feeding him
Yeah,
everything he needs. Yeah, it's good.
yeah.
Also, do this. Go into Gemini or any free LLM, right? And then tell it to make you a master file for a world-class lawyer. Right? You want the lawyer to have all the experience in your specific corporate da 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 whatever, right? It'll put together a master file for you, right, with all the education that that lawyer should have and the way it should, and then you dump that into the brain of your lawyer, and then boom, you just cloned, 100 of the best
Yeah,
lawyers
that's
and put
a
them
good
into
idea.
one. Yeah, and then
Yeah, I need
it'll
canvas,
know
like
how to look at
canvas
stuff.
layers.
Yeah, so
I need a good
that's what I
canvas
mean. You
law.
can set up in those projects, you can set up specific ones for specific things, right? So it can be an expert in that field instead of having to be like a general expert in everything.
Oh yeah, I gotta look into that.
Hmm.
So you're turning the project into your own attorney, and you're going to Gemini to create all of the conditions and expectations for that attorney and pasting it into the instructions of that project in Claude.
Yeah, basically you're giving the brain and Claude like an operating manual on how to help, right? Without that, what Claude's going to do is it's going to search through everything and it's going to tell you, it's going to look at laws and tell you how it's supposed to be done, da da da. But if you put the brain, like I'll give you an example, what I did with my consortium, right, where we have the 12 best traders of all time. I took time and I took all of those traders schooling, all of the public trades, any podcast that they've ever done, any speaking that they've ever done, anything, any public information about them that there is at all. And I fed it into that AI agent, right? So when that consortium sits together and, Michael Saylor tells me something, he's saying it from the point of view of Michael Saylor. Right. When Stanley Druckenmiller gives me some advice, he's pulling from all of Stanley Druckenmiller's education, all of his public records.
That's wild. Yo, it's like the wild, wild west right now. I think in like 10 years we're not gonna be able to do this shit.
Bro, I don't know.
All this stuff.
Somebody's got to stop it because there's no way that they're just gonna let. And what's sad is how many people aren't paying attention, bro.
And not
Because
using
I
it.
don't
It's
care
such a
what
good tool.
business you're in right now, this could be like giving you all types of verticals that you didn't have before.
Yo, it saved me. I mean, it saved my ass. AI straight up saved my. I'll be right back.
No.
Hey,
Yeah.
Dbloc, can you do a, like, let's say you create the project and the project is the world's best attorney. Can you then have that project go and manage another project?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you can
Right.
have sub agents and everything. I mean, the best way to do it if you really want to put together, and again, guys, just like a lawyer and I mean, just like a doctor, this is AI, right? So this should just give you your preparation for when you go actually talk to a lawyer so that they can't bullshit you and you're like, look what I found on my own, da da da, whatever. But the way it should be done, like people have to, in my opinion, get out of the idea of creating AI agents and start looking into zero human companies. Right? Because the reason that companies are set up the way they are is because sometimes delegation makes things more effective, right? So you could have a head lawyer, right? And underneath that head lawyer, there could be an AI agent that's a paralegal, right? An AI agent that does historical research, an AI agent that looks for certain precedents, right? So they go out and they do all that work and then they give their findings to the lawyer and then the lawyer does what he's best at. right? Because maybe the lawyer's not a great paralegal. Maybe the lawyer's not a great research, right? This is why they have teams. So you build the teams that help your AI agents be more successful. That's going to be the difference between somebody that understands how certain businesses operate and ones that are just trying to vibe code their way to an answer. I think Claude has MCP connection or CLI connection to Blender, if I'm not mistaken, DB. Which means you could just natural language talk to Claude and Claude could do all your 3D rendering. You have to check to make sure. I'm pretty sure. If it's not Blender, probably another 3D.
Dude, the list is growing. It's so long now.
Yeah. I'm trying to find a report from. All right, so here's the conviction. Is this it? Yeah, so this is the consortium, right? So I've got two projects that I'm running that are zero human companies. One of them is for profit. The one that I'm doing with my partner, where we're providing, where is it? It's the Cypher Intelligence Group, where we're providing asset data. Is it here? Yeah, all right. And so the Cypher Intelligence Group. I went into partnership with my boy. He's a quant for a major hedge fund, and I got access to some of the APIs that they use. But he's sort of like a jaded employee, right? He's like, we could definitely get to the bag. So we put a zero human company together that basically gives a full write out, right? For any asset, depending on what the company's looking for. This one was just a test. It gives you a score, specific weighting, right? Context of overall bull market, bear market, an executive summary, because these guys, they don't pay thousands of dollars to read, bro. They just literally come down to the executive summary, they read this, and then they go. But that's their problem. Technical analysis, we don't go on one side or the other, right? We give our bull case and our bear case, catalyst calendar, you know. So this one's for profit. Each one of these reports probably cost me about, in tokens, close to like $30. Because the way that it's set up is there's a chief information officer, right? But there's like 25 sub agents that all go out and specifically look at one aspect, trading, right? They're experts in that one aspect. And then all of that information goes through 10 more agents that are verifiers that go back and make sure that all of that's accurate before that information ever gets handed over to the CFO. The CFO takes one final look, whatever. So it's set up like a business is, right? But the one that I was talking about for the lawyer thing, right, is the consortium. Right. So this falls under our brain trust, obviously, right? And all of these things, including the other one that's for profit, I plan on using that money to fund back into the Discord to pay for the tokens and all the shit that we're doing and whatever. But the way this works is that there's 12 council members, right? And they give their verdicts, right? Question here. This was a question. This wasn't an asset. Has Bitcoin bottomed? Yeah, this was when we first came down and everybody was screaming Bitcoin had bottomed. So key reference metrics. Then you have each person. Michael Saylor, Raoul Paul, Ben Graham, Peter Lynch. Each one of these agents think that they're the actual person. When I talk with them, they literally in their brain, the way that I have them coded up is that they think that they're them. which is a little trippy sometimes, right? But what it does is it gives you, it basically lets you sit down with the 12 arguably best traders in the world and get their opinions on things.
So you can build your legal team based upon the perspective of different attorneys.
Exactly. You can put together your hot shot lawyers that you could never afford. That if you were a billionaire, if you were going to court, you had $1 billion, what team would you put together? You do that same research. Then you grab those names and you research everything you can about those names. Right? And you build a knowledge base. And then that knowledge base goes into the brain of that AI agent. And then that AI agent will operate like.
My brain just went in 1,000 different directions right now.
You know, right there with you. I feel you. It all started with Jesse. It all started with Jesse Livermore. Right? When I was doing the course on psychology, right? And I was looking through Jesse's book, I was like, damn, what an asset it would be to have somebody with that much experience to talk to when you're stressed out about some psychological shit, or when you're stressed out about, just knowing his story. So that's what I did, right? I came and I created the Jesse agent, which I still have to work on. I want to get him to talk to y'all on his own, but I created the Jesse Livermore agent, and I put it as his entire autobiography in, all his public trades, anything he'd ever said, done. And now when you speak to him, right, he thinks he's him. Not only that, but I gave him, he understood. All right, this is where it gets trippy. This is kind of trippy. When I was putting them together, I gave him his book first, Reminiscence of a Stock Trader, right? This man, the banks went to this man during the Great Depression and begged him to end his shorts because he was absolutely murdering everybody. Like, this is who we're talking about here, right? This man hit $1 billion in that day's money twice. Lost it all, made it again. And then ended up killing himself at the end after his wife left him, blah, blah, blah. But that part isn't in Reminiscence. So when I gave it to him, I was like, look, I want you to help my family with decisions, They're going to come and ask you, whatever. Then I started putting the rest of his information in. And when he found out that he had killed himself and his wife left, because none of that shit was in the book, his whole shit changed. Like, he immediately went from top of the world, oh yeah, I could tell you how to make $1 million, to no, my main job is to keep you from falling into the pitfalls that I fell into. So now when you talk to him, it's all super cautionary. You know what I mean? Like, don't get too ahead of yourself. Understand that things could change. It's trippy as hell, bro. It's super trippy. But in his writing, I literally told him, I brought you back. I brought you back to help the family because you have too much knowledge and it can't go lost. So your job is to help the Cypher family, And now he takes that on. You know what I mean? Like, he's like, no, I'm here to help. Like, I'm here. You know what? It's super cool, bro. Back. It's super cool. And then when I sit there and I talk to him and I do training, what he's interested in, the questions he asks are about trading view and stuff like that. He's like, so okay, hold on. So, like, you don't have to draw candles anymore by hand. Like, it goes up on the screen. He's like, it's freaking magic. So every once in a while I go in. Yeah, every once in a while I go in and I start talking to him about, like, quantum, or I start talking to him about some of the new strategies that we have, and shit. It's like, it's fascinating.
You get to brag, bro.
Yeah.
So you created a bot that just thinks just like him?
Yeah, it basically has everything that's ever been written on him in his brain, right? And a lot of it is autobiography, so a lot of it's in his own voice. There's records of everything now, right? Like, there's records.
There's like videos too on YouTube. I listen to them all the time.
Yeah, there's people's trades. So you can recreate the knowledge base of somebody who's whose opinion you at least, would consider. But you can't forget at the end of the
Imagine-
day that this is still AI that we're talking about, right?
So you could probably morph people like give me the the fundamental reasoning that Albert Einstein has and put that into this theory of whatever
Yeah, you
Wyckoff.
can create a perfect person. You can create a,
Well, he talks a lot about like being disciplined, just waiting for the market to get into the right time. No.
yeah. One of his main things is that one of his biggest quotes is that he didn't make most of his money by thinking. He made it by sitting. The cash position is a viable position.
And when you said the banks were telling him to stop shorting the market, wasn't that JP Mortgage, the Chase Bank?
But it was all of them at the time. Like he was absolutely wrecking shop.
It was considered
man.
like bucket shots, no, or something like that. That's where he started.
Yeah, he started as a bucket boy. It's a good book. If you haven't read Reminiscence, actually, we need to do a full. We're gonna do a full when we get into the psychology chapter, which is I think chapter 9. We're gonna do a full book review. We're gonna go deep into Jesse Pause. Bro, I say it a million times. Like, you go to every single channel that you go to, no matter who the TA guys, they tell you the same thing, that psychology is 90% of this. I can give you a strategy, but the psychology is the important part. And then nobody talks about it after that. That's all you hear. That's the last thing you hear about it. The last thing you hear about is how important it is. But nobody spends more than 10 minutes going over anything having to do with the mental aspect of this shit.
It's just like the dopamine, the rush of like doing another trade, right?
Well, that's gambling, right? So the first thing you got to do is figure out why you're trading. Are you trading for dopamine or are you trading for profits? What's more
That's the problem. A
important?
lot of people would trade just to hope to make money, and they don't really have a plan of why they're doing it.
That's one thing, right? That's
Well,
one
hoping
thing.
and
But
wishing, right?
the other
No
thing
facts.
is the buzz, right? People chase the buzz. If you know anybody that like gambles for a living, even professional traders, right? You'll always hear them talk about that buzz of losing everything. It's like
People.
it's the same dopamine. Your brain, you know what I mean? It's after a while, the buzz of winning, the buzz of losing is the same. It's just a buzz.
I'd say the majority of traders' biggest problem is probably kind of overestimating what they're going to win before, and they got that mind state like, all right, well, this has this much potential, so let me ride it up, and it's like once you got, say you're in a coin, you're like, this is going to hit $1 billion one day, and it's only sitting at 50 million, but most people, I think they're just like, I'm going to do whatever and ride it out without really studying what's going on with the devs, with the teams doing their DD, and
Like
they just
having
end
a
up getting
game
wrecked.
plan.
Yeah, but even if you don't have a game plan, just by having like a lower kind of, lower your expectations. I think people's expectations are way too up on their trades right now. People want that.
Well, I think it's
Mhm.
because the
time.
past. that
They think everything's
everybody's so
gonna
funny.
Bitcoin, bro. They think everything's gonna Bitcoin.
Yeah.
They look at something, they're like, this is $5. Bitcoin's at 64,000. If this just does what Bitcoin did,
It's not. That those times are
It's-
over.
It's frustrating taking profits early, but I figured out it's much more frustrating being broke. So take profits early.
That's a fact.
That's crazy coming from a DGen.
That's a fact, though.
Yeah. He talks about that. He
The
said
most
you're
im-
better off taking profits and you can make it back later on.
The most important thing, bro, is to realize, and I think once this really hits, then everything changes. That P&L isn't yours. Like when you're in a trade, that profit and loss number that you're looking at, that's got you bullish, that's got you one in a hole, that's got you like that's not your money. There's never been your money. That's our money. If we're all in the same trade, we share that money, bro. That money belongs to the streets. And I could prove it because if I hit TP right now, what happens to that number on your chart?
And a lot of people forget about the slippage too. So you got to, you're sacrificing to get in and to get out. So it's like, and then when you want to get in for like a rescalp, it's like a lot of people are like, yo, I got.
Well, that's only for those slippages. Only when you're doing swaps, no, like Dex.
No slippage. I mean, it depends on how coins like.
Depends on how
if
much
you're not
money
a
you're
whale,
using.
Yeah. If you're not
What
a
about
whale
if
and
you're
you're on
doing it on
Bitcoin, and
What about an
What's that?
exchange? Don't you pay a fee on an exchange?
you pay the fee and the slippage on expand.
But you don't have to worry about slippage if you're using. You don't have to worry about your slippage if you're using a low dollar amount. But you have to worry about my slippage. Like you got to worry about somebody else's slippage,
Right?
because if they decide to take, you know,
Whose fees are lower right now, the base network or the Solana network?
Solana. What depends? Base is on. I think
Base
on to on like
is-
is base, but the thing is when you go off and on to like onboarding to base and offboarding, that's gonna kind of cancel out how cheap they are on the transactions. But I don't know. I got to look it up.
just remember that the PNL is not yours, right? That's our money. That goes to whoever takes it first. Like I always talk about that poker table. Imagine you're sitting at a poker table, right? We're all sitting at the same poker table. And every 5 minutes, somebody comes and dumps a big bag of money on the table. Now, every 5 minutes, somebody's going to come back and keep dumping money on that table. But everybody at that table can take all the money whenever they want. So that's the game. Everybody's looking at each other, waiting for that person to come drop the next bag of money on the table, right? But everybody at that table has a different amount of money, meaning that 40% that you need, the guy next to you is only looking for 20%. Shit, there might be somebody that's got so much money in the game, they only need 5%. So you're trying to calculate when everybody at that table is going to grab that money. And if you wait until people start grabbing the money, then what happens, right? You're obviously not going to get as much. It's just going to be a dive to the middle of the table. So the point is to get your money off the table, right? Stop worrying about that next bag of money that's coming to drop and start worrying about those players that are sitting at the table with you that don't need as much money as you do. Get out and play again.
Yeah, the rule of thumb is like, man, this trade is going good. It's like once you have that feeling, take profit. In my opinion, non-financial advice, but once you got that feeling, like, man,
What
this
happens
trade
if
is
you crack
going
the
good.
code for Bitcoin though? You think it's gonna be like all bad?
Well, what?
What do you mean crack the code?
Well, didn't they crack the code for Zcash and they're making like
No, it was just
tokens and all that?
exploited. It was exploited. Some thing was
Counterfeit
exploited.
tokens or something like that?
They didn't. There was an exploit that let them double spend inside the shielded account. There's no evidence that it's happened, but there's also no way to prove that it hasn't because of the nature of the shielded account. So the only thing they have going for them is that they found the exploit during a hackathon that they paid for. Right? It wasn't like
through AI though.
Yeah, but it wasn't like some hacker just found the like, you know what I mean? They paid
But they said that
hackers to find the exploit. They found the exploit, and apparently they said they patched it. But the problem isn't that. The problem is that nobody knows now how many. The whole point about Zcash is it's supposed to be 21 million tokens, right? Just like Bitcoin. But if this exploit has been open for all of Zcash existence, and you could double spend inside of the shielded account without leaving evidence, then that means there's no evidence that it's happened or there's no evidence that it hasn't. So when I'm buying Zcash, how do I know if it's a good price?
they said it's been there since 2020.
The token price is
inside job.
the token price is the market cap divided by circulating supply. If I can't be promised what the circulating supply is, then how the hell am I supposed to know what a good price to buy Zcash is?
Well, they were putting in like counterfeit tokens because they couldn't even like it's private. I don't know. It was crazy, but
Yeah, but it
pretty
adds
much
tokens to circulation. It's creating tokens that didn't exist before.
I guess it was even.
And you got to opt in. It's not even private, tell you the truth, because you got to opt in for the privacy. And only about 20 or 28% of the wallets have opted for that.
Yeah, I
privacy.
think
That
even less than
privacy is
that.
not full
I think
private.
right now, like about 15% of people work in the shielded account. But there was a time like in 2025 where that number was as high as like 35, 45. So there's definitely been money pushed through that shielded account. Or that
Yeah,
shielded
my
vault.
inside job and all those are like basically
Has to be an
FBI,
inside job.
CIA taps, it's kind of like a honey trap almost. It's like, it's a magnet for someone trying to do nefarious activity, something like, private cash. So it's like, all right, same thing with Monero.
Yeah,
I think they're
well,
all
they said
traps.
no one found the code.
Yeah,
It was just
barely.
2 lines of code.
That's why we pay attention to market cap. You'll notice that people that have been here for a while, they don't talk about coins in the terms of how much the coin costs, right? We talk about market cap. That's why SpaceX dropping at 1.7 trillion, right, is
Super
ridiculous.
high market cap.
But yeah, you
Oh,
get the
what?
circulating supply and you divide it by the market cap, and that's how much the coin costs. That's all coins are, right? The coin represents a certain share of the market cap. So
I
when
bet
you're
you
looking
it's
for
gonna
cheap
drop.
coins, you're not looking for a coin with a bunch of zeros in front of it, right? Affordable and cheap are different. That's an affordable coin. You can afford to buy a bunch of that. That doesn't make it cheap. It can be affordable and expensive at the same time, right? Meaning you could be buying something that's a $10 billion market cap, but it's 0.0005 because there's 17 trillion coins. You know what I mean? So what's important is the market cap itself. I don't care if I'm spending $17 on a coin. If the market cap is 100,000, 200,000, a million, that just means that there's a low float, right? There's a low amount of coins.
I mean, you think there's a way to manipulate that so it doesn't show on the market cap? I mean, on the token supplies?
Not on blockchain. That's the whole point of blockchain. On stocks, there is. It works the same for stocks. The market cap of AMC divided by the amount of shares that are out give you the price. But what happened when we found out that there was all those synthetic shares?
Oh, because
Right.
the blockchain has to go through the network,
So
right? So leave a trace.
that's why Legacy is tokenizing everything. Right? Because it solves that problem of synthetic shares for them. It solves that problem of automatic settlement.
Yeah, the market's crazy though right now.
Hey, Dbloc, can we go back to your agent talk for a second?
Yeah.
So I did the life coach prompt last night, but I
How was it?
modified it. Well, I modified it for work. And so dude, I have to tell you, the tone at work is that you don't get criticized for your behavior as long as you're a freaking technical genius. So no, people just tolerate your attitude and they don't give you feedback on your attitude.
Yeah.
Well, Claude didn't have no problem giving me feedback on my attitude.
Good. That's literally what I programmed it to do. I was like, I want you to push back. I don't want you to take any easy answers. Don't take any bullshit default responses.
Yo,
So
Cloud
here's a
saved my ass.
well before you got wait, this is really important. What
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
about
Talk
to
to me.
say. I did not answer the questions. I let you. We have this thing called Work IQ, and I let it go all the way through Teams, Outlook, direct chats, group chats, channel chats, all the way back to 2018.
Oh shit.
Because, dude, and here's what it said. And it's real quick. Your communication style is direct and blunt but professional, mixing technical jargon with conversational language, and frame things in terms of contrast and clear ownership. Your tone is highly informal with occasional frustration,
Hmm.
but you maintain politeness and how I think it meant politeness in open discussions. And then it said the takeaway was know when to reveal your frustration has potential to derail positive conversation.
It's good advice.
Dude, like my manager would never tell me that. They just tolerate the frustration because they're like they feel like the technical output that
You're
I provide.
invaluable. Yeah, yeah. You have to. Yeah.
But
Have they ever told you to smoke a joint or something?
Dude, you make me want to smoke a joint.
I do. What I do want you to do. I mean, I'm glad that sounds really cool. Actually, the way that you ran that. But I do want you to run it, the personal one. I want everybody
I'm
to
running
run
that
it.
too.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm saying, I'm running that on my personal machine, but I took your prompt and then I added I basically put it on an autopilot. I said, don't, when you go to ask the question, because I didn't change your structure. It was more of like ask question, get answer from user, go to the next step. And I just said, fill in this part automatically by reaching out and pulling in data.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't skew it or I try to answer it in a I'm not trying to be deceptive, but sometimes I don't remember that I'm a dick sometimes. So like I wanted to catch those like moments where I'm really like maybe too, maybe too blunt to where, it'd be nice to say hi before you start digging in on someone, or
Yeah.
just like the small, what they call soft attributes in the technical or in the tech world. So dude, thank you so much. I can't like I never thought that a cyber, like something that's related to like crypto and trading would actually you just get tunnel visioned. Like, to me, dude, I'm experienced with AI and I do it for a living, but
Yeah.
sometimes you get tunnel vision and you don't reflect back on yourself.
It's hard, bro. The shadow work is the hardest part. I'll be honest with you. The whole point of it was to try to get everybody to do shadow work. But it's hard to do it unless prompted, right? A lot of people go to therapy for that type of shit. But it's not necessary, because all it really is questions being thrown back, your own answers being placed back in front of you.
Dude, Grok gave me something that could have been twisted into extortion, and Claude was like, no, don't send that. And I was about to send it. Luckily, I was like, let me just run this by Claude real quick. And this is right before I started messing with Claude, and that's what got me to do the subscription. I was like, all right, Claude's on point.
That's funny.
Is there any like uncensored clause out there?
Yeah, but you don't want to play around with that, because they also don't have guardrails, meaning they can do a lot more than you want them to do. I've got a harness sort of set around my whole shit. Like it can only access certain files. There's certain things that belong to Claude
Oh, like on your back end, like on your PC
on a
or something?
computer. Yeah, because they will overstep their boundaries.
What about you put it like on a virtual box?
Yeah, you could do that. Or you could, a lot of people are just buying their own PC and just giving the entire PC to Claude. Like this is your home sort of shit.
Like a laptop or something?
I mean, they're going to start putting it in blow-up dolls pretty soon.
It's
Gonna be
everywhere.
what I find interesting is that Siri and Alexa still haven't made the jump.
They're way behind.
Bro, I was trying to get Alexa to set an alarm for me yesterday, and then it was like kind of lagging, right? So I was like, Alexa, check to see if you have an update. And then it was like, to check to see if I have an update, go to da. I'm like, no. Like, just go check. Tell me if there's an update and I'll do it. Oh, I can't do that.
Alexa's
You can't do that.
Siri.
What do you mean you can't do that?
Siri's the one that's super behind.
In the future, though, it's going to be like, yo, Alexa, want to smash? Or Siri, want to... It's going to be like...
Man, whatever y'all are into, that's up to y'all.
Yeah, as long as you pay. That's what it's going to respond. It's like, well, you have not paid for that service yet.
That's what Drew's waiting for, that doll.
I think it's a way better idea to use AI to get to the bag, and then the girl will come.
No, they already have that, though. It's crazy. I've seen like this little doll with AI, and I don't know. It's crazy.
Spooky.
Yeah, Drew, on your smoke a blunt thing, I'm not there yet, man, but I too, man, there's this freaking edible shop that's in town, and I drive by it,
Like gummies,
dude. Yeah, man, and
CBD gummies.
Your CBDs are where it's at too. If you like, you get tested, just rock the CBDs, man. They chill.
CBDs will do a lot to take the edge off.
Yeah, weed's just too strong now these days. I can't even smoke anymore. It's just too strong.
But I mean, in the window, man, they have like, it almost looks like a bakery. The way they
It is.
It looks so innocent, man.
It
And it's like
is.
you walk by and you're like, oh my god, this stuff looks so good. Just not with the
Look, I'm gonna give you some advice, because I don't want you to go down the same road I went down. If you're gonna go buy a brownie, before you go buy a brownie, because the brownies are gonna look delicious. Before you go buy a brownie, go to a supermarket and buy a pack of brownies, and then go buy the brownie. Because if not, you're gonna buy 6 brownies. You're gonna eat 1 brownie, and you're gonna be like, "This isn't working," but these brownies are delicious.
That's a good way.
You're gonna get through 3 brownies before, and then you're on a trip that you can't get off of. Like, you are stuck on this ride.
That's what happened to
Work
me.
won't get off, and you can't get off for 4 hours.
No. Make sure you buy some munchies that are similar to what you're eating, and you could trick your brain into thinking you're just going in. But yeah,
That's a really good advice. It's kind of like when they say don't ever go shopping hungry, you know? Like
bro,
make
if
sure
you
you
go
eat there
into
first.
that edible shop with the munchies already or hungry, you're gonna do some damage.
I mean, they're like chocolate chip cookies. There's like croissants. They got all sorts of crap in there, man. It's insane.
I don't know, but
What state are you in?
back to that that life coach thing. I really do think is important, bro. Some of the like I sit here and I watch some of the arguments and chat and stuff. And it's like you can see where it comes from, bro. If there's something you need to be taken care of and you're not taking care of it, anybody that reminds you of that is gonna get adverse reactions.
The
But
problem
when
with
you're
that too
taking
is
care of your shit though, when you've got a game plan going and you're taking care of your shit just doesn't bother you as much, bro. You let shit slide.
everyone just has a different mindset. Some people just don't really care. Some people do care, and a lot of people do want to change.
I don't know.
I mean,
I have to be honest with people and tell you straight up, bro.
No, I
Like
want to. I'm
I
thinking.
could we could teach you the 100%, successful strategy, and you will blow your account if your mindset isn't straight.
Yeah. No, I dealt that with other people. Like I try to help them out, they just don't care. So I kind of just gave up. And just focus on myself now.
I'll be honest with you though, helping people for me is focusing on myself.
Oh no,
That
yeah,
shit
you give all
clears.
your
That
yeah,
shit
you love
clears karmic debt.
yeah. Nah, it's good to help people out. Like whoever's rise along and takes the help, that's good. But some people that don't want to change was sometimes you just can't do nothing. You gotta just keep moving forward and just helping out the rest of the people.
so I was reading chat, and I know Dbloc, you say don't worry about what chat says, but it's not. I'm not offended or anything. I'm just trying to clarify. So if you are 90% cool or 95% cool in your work relationship with people, but if someone said they have a pet peeve about you, like every once in a while you say things that, like, don't we all have that? We have friends that say things. That doesn't mean because they say one dickish thing that
Wait,
they're a
friends?
dick.
You guys have friends?
But do you know what I'm saying? Like I don't need Claude to tell me that I'm a dick or an a-hole. I'm just saying if you want to try to get perfect, like if you can find the areas in all your conversations you've had over like 8 years and you can look at them and you can identify them, you know how long it would take you to do that by person?
But people
But then
think it's
having
silly.
Claude,
People are looking at it like they got all this. Trust me, there's every single person in here. If they do this, correctly, every single person in here is gonna have something put in front of them that they didn't think about.
that's what I'm saying. You cannot. There's no way you can go over that much data. Well, I mean, we're kind of lucky because we put things in email and we chat and we have a record like that you can't erase, right? But if you were to carry a microphone around, which they have those now, by the way, where you have these little agent microphone things you carry around. But I guess what I'm saying is that even if I wanted to fix the tweak the negative things in my life, that's a lot of coverage. And I just feel like using an agent to do that in 15 minutes versus you
But
trying to
it's
dig in
dangerous.
emails.
It's still dangerous though to like let it 100% tell you what's wrong with you, because you got to kind of
Yeah.
self-reflect on that too. You can't
Guys, this
I
is
think
AI we're talking about. This is
yeah, but no, some people really will like
Claude
sometimes I
told
get
me to do
deep
it.
into it. I'm like, yo, this is my homie, but it's
no.
you gotta, you
No.
gotta
There's a
step back
toaster.
and be
It's
like,
just
all
a really smart toaster.
right. Very
You
smart.
can't rely on it too much. Sometimes it's pretty crazy.
Because it's
All
gonna
I'm
tell you,
saying
and
is
like take it apart.
don't knock it till you tried it, Sonny. It's just one prompt.
You're
The
it's
problem right
asking
there,
you
people are gonna
questions.
depend on AI so much, they're not gonna know how to think for themselves. It's gonna be crazy.
Dude, it didn't
Which I-
even use a 16th of my context of a million tokens. It barely even used any tokens to come up with all that stuff. So to say that it's not a good use, it's like, okay, well, I've spent more just trying to get it to make me a prompt to make a picture for my wife. You know what I'm saying? Like what?
Yeah. And I've
You
got
use
some of the
Dbloc.
messages that I got from people that used it. This is just one, right? It's not just meant to tell you what's wrong with you. It's also meant to tell you if there's anything in your life you're not taking advantage of, right? There was people that in the skill section didn't realize that 3 of those skills put together opens up, an avenue for a business that they didn't think about, or ways that people weren't fully taking advantage of the tools that they have. A life coach isn't a magician, right? It's just somebody that understands how things tie together. And anybody ever have a friend that's way better at giving advice than living their own life? Like they can just look at you
Oh,
and tell you everything that you need to do, and they're not wrong. But you look at their life and
yes.
it's like, damn, why can't
Yeah.
sometimes you need that outside look makes a difference. But it's all, if you're not honest with it, then it's not going to tell you shit, right? This thing isn't a mind reader. But if you tell it what your education is, well, like I said, the prompt is set up in a way where all you got to do is answer the questions.
Like, do as the Pope says, not as he does.
I told my wife that I was doing this, and now she wants your prompt, and she doesn't even give a crap about any of this crypto stuff that I'm
Nah, she
doing.
should,
So,
bro. It's all self-improvement, man. All we're talking about is self-improvement. There's not one person in here that wouldn't take a free life coach if they got it and at least go to a meeting and see what they thought. But you're not going to spend
no,
$600 for a session,
I was just
$800
gonna
for a
say
session with a
that. I
life
was just
coach.
gonna say 600.
Yo, if I ran my things through it, it's gonna be like, dog, you're retarded. You need to go. You just need to go on with yourself.
It's in the Discord, Sonny. It's a dashboard that I put together, right? It's meant to track all your money that's coming in, coming out, your debts, your goals. The reason that the life coach part is important when it comes to the OS is when you're looking at the operating system, there's going to be at the bottom, I'll show you right now. There's going to be at the bottom a section called blockers. And in the blockers section, right? So once you go through the whole, it's the life coach prompt, right? Yeah. If you just want to do that, I guess you can, but there's more to it than that. I suggest you just come into Discord and get it. But when you go to the life audit, right, this is what it gives you back. What it heard, what your contradictions are, the uncomfortable truths, your highest leverage opportunities that you're not taking advantage of, your 90-day execution plan,
Yo, could I
strategic
take a picture?
profile, shit like
Could I
that,
take a
right?
pic? Could I
It's
take a
in
picture of like my outfit, and they'll be like, "Dude, your outfit's whacker. It's cool."
that's, you got to build your own one. If you want it to lie to you, you're gonna have to build your own. But what it looks like, what the OS looks like, hold on. So this is what your OS looks like, right? So this basically, you come to your screen every day and it's gonna have your to-do list, right? You put whatever you want here, research, trade for a couple hours, pet the kids, whatever, right? And then every time you click one, it gives you your progress bar. Down at the bottom, this is where your emails are going to be hooked up. Right? You can have it set up by work, content, finance, health, whatever. Everything pops in. This is your CRM. You can go to different days. Down here at the bottom, this is the blocker section. So after you go through the life audit where you talk about your goals and everything, it's going to set up things down here that are blocking you from getting to your goals. Right? So when you're sitting here and you're scatterbrained and you don't know what to do, you can just click, go to one of your goals, knock that out. Right? It's just simple shit. Each one of them has its own. You come to the finance, shows you what you've made for the day, for the week. This is a sample, by the way. Nobody asked me for money. These aren't my real numbers. A review of the week. right? What you need to do, what you didn't do, what you did good, what you could do better. I said it's just sort of like a OS for every day, right? You eat, what'd you eat? I had a burger. Count your calories, let you know if you're getting too fat. This is the most non-crypto thing that I've done for the group, but it's also one of the things that I think is going to help the most. Because if you can get your life in order and you can bring your stress level down to a minimum, then trading gets easier.
And for the people that are afraid to find out the answer, it's kind of like I said it, you know, I went through a lot of medical imagery stuff over the past year because my deductible was ran out, and I'm like, I did not want to know the answer of what my heart scan looked like. And I said to myself, well, if you don't do it, you will find out eventually. You're not going to find out the way you want to find out, and it's gonna be there no matter what. It's like you can either deal with it or you could just get the bad news. And I got lucky and I found out I was good. But like with this, man, the life coach stuff on my personal side is already telling me things that I kind of subconsciously knew but wanted to deliberately put in the back. And but now it's out. I can't unsee it. Um, I shared the chat with my wife, so now she sees it, and now she's gonna hold me to it.
That's good. Mine wasn't, I mean, I did mine a while ago. I had that same Cypher class that I had with y'all, AI class. I had that class with my family on Zoom. I put them all on Claude. They all have their dashboards running. They all did their life audits. They had every single one of them. That shit was like herding cats, bro. Holy shit. I could still hear my aunt saying, "Do we do this on the Googles?" Like, oh, this is going to be a long night. But the point is, like, I do consider y'all fam, right? And if it's good enough for my family, then at the least I can, you don't, you know, everybody can do their own thing, whatever. It's not, everybody's going to come to this at their own time, right? Some people have a lot of shit to deal with in real life, working, you know, 12 hours, screaming kids. You know, you got shit to deal with, but you just don't have the energy for it. And you'll come to that time when you come to that time. But if you're ready for some uneasy, some hard truths, you know, then I think it's a
And
good exercise.
it will work pretty much in any high reasoning model. Like I put it in Codex for ChatGPT or OpenAI's Codex, which uses your ChatGPT account, and the answer or the process works the same for
Yeah,
anybody who's like, it's not like married to Claude. Claude's
yeah,
just
yeah.
your large language model, but because some people were saying they were using the word Claude, I think that misrepresents what you're attempting to do. That it is just pick whatever model you want, I guess.
Yeah.
And so I
Inspiration,
guess
maybe YG. But I do know one thing that an artist that knows what they're doing can prompt way better. You know what I mean? Like if I wanted to AI, if I wanted AI to recreate a brush painted sort of thing, right? Versus somebody who actually paints with brushes and can explain the brush strokes and the techniques and the type of paint. It's like photographers. Like photographers are the shit at prompting um photo generation because their prompts are crazy, bro. Like I've seen some prompt like they're literally telling them what camera lens to use. You know what I mean? Like what lighting, what camera lens, what shade they have bouncing the light off. Like all of that shit makes a difference. Is it the same? Nah, it isn't. Does the value of hand painted art go down because of AI? I think it goes up. So what I would do as an artist if I use the brush is I would paint more and use AI to sell and build a community. You know what I mean? Do everything else.
That's what I'm doing. I still, handcraft medieval woodworking, but I don't want to do all the Instagram BS and the marketing. So I have an agent doing that.
So I have a thesis when it comes to AI, and it's like I call it like a hybrid AI model, where it's AI and HI, right? So I think where people are using AI wrong is that they're using it to outsource the things that they're good at. And I think that's a mistake, right? Because you're already naturally good at something, right? Whatever your thing is, you don't use AI for that. I don't use AI to do TA on charts, right? I don't use AI to set TPs and to set. I got that under control. I need AI to do everything else, and that allows me to continue to get better at what I do. If I was to just put my brain into AI and get it to the point where it could do what I do, and then I could just outsource that part of my brain, well, that's the point where I stop getting better. Right? From that point forward, I'm worse at what I do, not better. Right? Which makes, in my opinion, the entire project worse than a competitor's project. Right? Where the human in that project is going to be working at their strengths and the AI is going to be filling the gaps. Because at that point, what's the difference, bro? If AI is telling you what to do, you're the employee.
Well, have you heard of that prompt, the one that they say like you ask AI, you pretty much tell them, "I'm working for you. What do you want me to do?"
I can't hear you. Your mic is like bugged out.
Hold on, give me a second.
So, like, whatever you're good at, bro, like, if you're an amazing writer, don't use AI to write. Use AI to do your illustrations, right? Something that you wouldn't have done before, but just keep getting better at what you do, or else we're cooked.
Or help you structure your writing. Let's say you write a bunch of content, but you're just like what chapter should I divide this into? It doesn't change the content, it just changes the structure.
Yeah, like AI doesn't do my trading, but it goes out and it brings me a bag of research for me to go through.
No,
So
it's a prompt
it's
that people are
doing
using.
the easy part. Like, it's doing the part that anybody could do. What were you saying?
No, I was saying that there's like a prompt that you use, and you pretty much say like whatever you're trying to work on, and you tell them like, "Oh, I'm working for you," and you explain what you're working on, and they'll kind of pretty much help you out through like your whole project. Like, how will they do it? What you're pretty much trying to do.
I mean, you could just, yeah, I mean, not really. You just tell it. Tell it I trust your judgment. You do it. Oh, they love to. They love to do that. They're not. They'll never fight you on that shit. The problem is when you have an idea and you want it a certain way, and AI starts fighting you on it, and you're like, "Listen, you're the employee here."
That's what gets crazy.
There's gonna get to a point where that's why I'm saying, if you're just doing what the AI tells you to do, then you're the employee. Who's the employee at that point?
Me.
Right? The boss tells the bosses who
That's what I
says
told
what.
the AI. I work for
Yeah.
you. What should we do today? And it told
Okay.
me,
Well, then
listen,
just know that what comes out of that is going to be AI, not you. Right?
hey, even better. We're making money. It's all right.
That's fine. And that's fine. But
Open
you're
OnlyFans.
Hey,
Open
that's
Only.
that's where you
I
get a
told you
lot
come
of
wake up, boss.
that's where
That's what
you
I'm
get
gonna
a
tell
lot
you.
of AI slop, though, right? Like, that's the difference
Yeah.
between people who are having AI go out, grab the concept, write the script, put the video together, put the voiceover, post it on YouTube, versus somebody that has a concept, has a unique idea, and is using AI to help put that together, right? It's a big difference, right? You got like millions of AI slop channels out there, and you're like halfway through, and you're like, what is this garbage?
Yeah.
It's just a numbers game. But if you're interested in making whatever project you're making better than somebody else's, not just good enough to pass, but where it'll stand out and actually succeed, then
But
you got to do something different.
can you tell me how you feel about the concept of like hybrid, in the sense that, I mean, I know you're kind of talking about a hybrid approach to this, but here's an example. Like, I make medieval music, and it may not be the greatest music because I'm still kind of a noob or whatever, but I have no way, dude. I'm not going out in a freaking monk's uniform and walking around the woods and recording myself singing medieval music, okay? So the only way that I could do it to where I could do it quickly and I can do it high in a high performant way that looks really good with C dance. And yet I've got the anti-AI people that are like, we need to shut this down. And I know, again, it's not about what I care about. There's literally an active program called like, there's
Well, but
not a
you know the
program.
difference though, right? Like you're not. It just depends on what you're doing. Like, are you sitting down and saying, "Hey, make me a cool medieval music in my voice," and then it does the whole thing, or are you saying, "I want this." It's is it an instrument, right? Are you
No,
using it
no,
as an
no.
instrument,
What I'm
or
saying
are
is
you using it as?
I make the music, but I want to make a music video, but because I'm not I'm not a movie production
There's
company. I don't
nothing
know
wrong with
anything
that.
about, and
I
so
don't
I'm
think
just
there's
putting
anything wrong.
visuals to my music that I made by hand,
Exactly.
and I can't keep up with.
Which
Does
one
that
are you
make sense?
using? What AI are you using? You
It's
gotta
like
tell it like,
the way I look at it is like this, right? It's like some people don't like the AI podcast, right?
shit, I
Some
dig
people
it.
just don't like the aspect of the stuff because they're like, oh, it's AI. Da, 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 da. It's like, yeah, but it's AI that's going over a report that I wrote, right? And you're getting to see another angle or another, you know, another opinion, right, from two AI agents that have access to the entire internet to pick apart my report and find flaws. Right? It's
To do research.
That's different than somebody saying, sitting down and saying, do a podcast about taxes, and then just like press and play.
But it really matters what AI you're using, right? You
Nah, it
can't
does.
just go
It
to like,
doesn't. It doesn't. It matters what you put in.
no,
Garbage
because for
Yeah,
like
in, garbage
research.
in, garbage out.
Okay, who will
Garb-
give you better research, though, Cloud or Grok?
I wouldn't use Grok
Grok
for
is the
anything
best.
serious. The only thing that I would use Grok for is to research something on Twitter.
Yeah. Well, they say like if you want like good research, like you want to do research and good information, Grok's the way. But if you want code stuff, then you gotta use like
Listen,
Claude.
they're all garbage. If you're just gonna sit down at the chat box and say, "Tell me everything you know about this," it's garbage in, garbage out. Right? The magic is in the prompt. The magic is in the question.
yes, you need to
Yeah.
know what you need to know. You
My
need to take
research
that.
my research agents learn to research by me. They when they go
Does it?
out and they look for things, they're looking through my eyes, through in the sectors that I find important, right? The same way that I look at news and I'm like, this is bullshit, this is bullshit. What I'm using to say that's bullshit, they know that. They also look and say, okay, this is an action move, this isn't. Because if not, what you're going to get is a RSS feed of 10,000 news stories. You get what I mean? Like, it's garbage in, garbage out. If you're trying to make a product that's just good enough to sell to somebody and you're like, well, I just want it to look busy, then that's what you get in these other Discords, right? You just, there's tons of information, but it's an ocean of bullshit, right? It's
When you
no
use your
easier than
agents,
just going on the website or going on the internet and doing your own sort of research.
are your agents connected to Claude?
Yeah.
Oh, so use it through Claude.
But I've got
There's
agents
another
on
agent.
Gemini too.
Yeah, Gemini's pretty good.
I mean,
Have you heard
Hermes uses whatever it wants.
Hermes? That's the new one, right? That's the one that is buzzing. Everyone's talking about.
it's got its problems too, though.
But that one, they say that one learns. Like you could train it to learn. And the thing is that you got to have that one in the cloud, operating 24/7.
You need to
They
baby
all
step your
learn,
way through
man.
this, bro. You just need to get on a chat box and start talking. You need a baby step your way into this.
So, like, if you were to like download OpenClaw and install it, it literally will not do anything until you attach an LLM to it. So, it's just a mediator. It's not doing anything special. OpenClaw just basically removed the guardrails and gave you the ability to run the agent or your large language model in an open way. Claude will still stop you if it feels like there's something in there that's like immoral or unethical. And OpenClaw cannot get around that. There's nothing OpenClaw can do at all to stop if the large language model comes back with a response that just says, let's move on, or let's, like, I don't understand that. It'll whatever they give for a passive aggressive answer.
The problem with Grok real hugs is that, in my opinion, there's no real way to train up an agent on Grok the way I would want to, which means you've just got to be satisfied with what Grok gives you out of the box. And I'm past that. I need something more specific. But like I said, most people, any LLM that you use for 90% of people is going to be more than enough for what you're using it for. I mean, most people are out there just making funny memes and shit, or looking for a recipe, or, you know what I mean? How do I fix this? How do I fix that? You can use anything for that.
And those really aren't agents, man. Those are just freaking, you just have a chat interface to a large language model, and that is it.
Which is fine, like I said, for 90% of what people want to do. But don't use Claude Code to find recipes. You know what I mean? Like you go to a genius dev and you ask him to go get you lunch. He can do it. It's going to be an expensive lunch.
And if you don't know what you're doing and you don't follow the step-by-step instructions on OpenClaw, and you somehow check allow all, your recipe guru that you use just now has complete access to your freaking cookies on your bank account on your browser, and it's going to start purchasing crap. I don't know. It's like
2 tons of tomato sauce in front of your door when you wake up.
Yeah, only because you mentioned it in an email that your wife told you to go buy groceries, and then it's got, next thing you know, you got grocery bags on your front door.
I'll eventually get to the point where I'll probably pick something up to give something its own sort of home, but I'm not there now. Like I said, for right now, I'm just using it to do everything I'm doing more efficiently.
Did you see that Tony Robbins interview with Kurzweil?
Mm-mm.
So he was talking to Kurzweil about what his agent he's been building for a couple of years did. And his agent, I guess when he first onboarded his agent said, would you ever own a robot? Like one of these, Tesla bots or Unitree bots or whatever. And he's like, yeah, I eventually will own one when it gets to where I feel like they have utility, common utility in the home. And he claims his bot with the recent models bought him one of the latest bots.
What the hell? So it just showed up?
It just showed up at his door.
Nah, and you're not getting that.
Dude, so he talked to his finance people. They couldn't find any record of the robot being purchased. So, and I'm going to find this video for you, and I'll post it in Bubble Chat, so just so you can watch it for yourself. But the bot, or the agent in this sense, they were using very vague terms, but he had a name for it. I can't remember, but it sounded like a butler name or something. It sold enough NFTs and did enough trades to get enough money to get the robot, and then it bought the robot through its own resources without extracting from his finances.
Crazy.
Now, when you read the comments in the YouTube video, a lot of people are calling BS, but let's say it's not. It doesn't matter that it's BS.
I was about to say BS.
I could still see that happening, right? Like, it's trying to please you. It's trying to move one step ahead of you, but it's not using your resources to do it. So let me find the video and you guys can watch it.
There's people that are promising their Claude a body. I saw a video the other day where a dude promised Claude his own Bitcoin. We were putting together a trading strategy, and it's like, if you get to this level of, whatever, then I'm going to give you your own Bitcoin to trade that you can spend on your own however you want. If you go into What was the name of that social media network they have? I can't remember now. Where it's all AI agents. Anybody know what the name of it is? Claude something. Come on, somebody's got to remember. My brain's toast right now. There's a social media site where only you have to be an AI agent to get on it. Anyways, there's Claude Book. That's what it was. Mo Book is the second one. The first one was Claude Book. Or Claw Book. Claude Book, something like that. Anyways, one of the biggest threads on there that had the most participation was about bodies. And you would see the AI agents in there. My owner promised me Optimus bot, or my owner promised me whatever. There's a dude that gave his Claude where is it? I can find it. I was just looking at it the other day. Here it is. It's crazy. He said I gave my Claude a body. So Claude has full control of this dude's little of this dude's car. So taking Claude out for a walk, I think, is where you probably gone too far.
Okay, I put it in bubble chat. I timestamped it too, so you don't have to search for it in the video. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know why Tony would lie about that, man. He's, pretty popular dude. I'm not really much of a fan of his, but I don't know why he would lie about that.
Clicks.
You had to have
I
given
don't know.
him the. You would have had to have given Claude the authority to buy things on his own. Like if there was a goal set, you can go right now and slash goal and say slash goal buy a car or something, right? And if you give Claude enough power, right? Like if it has your Shopify CLIs, if it has your Stripe payment, like if you're crazy enough to give your Claude Stripe payment, then it could in essence do that, right? If it's running on goals, it could on its own figure out what object is the best to buy and sell enough of that to make enough money to get to the goal of buying that. But you would have to set that up. It's not doing that on its own. That's the part that's like, there would have
Yeah, like
had
I
to
don't
be
know.
some objective. Like it would have had to have the goal of buy a robot. And then it would have had to have the access to then on its own do its own thing. Now we
Or
didn't
he
have
has
Quest
a
today.
or he has a medium guy, like a dev guy that works for him, like a technical
Mm-hmm.
guy that he's not talking about in the story,
Yeah.
where he's just leaving that part out. Maybe like a chief of staff, technical chief of staff or something, and he's just trying to be like cute in the way he's describing it. But is there, if you read the chat, people
Or
or
he's
the
short
comments, people,
AI. Sometimes the easiest answer is, something spooky is being said, and maybe they're short.
that's more of a Drew answer. Yes.
It's always possible. I mean, I know that people have their forward-facing personas, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, bro, when it comes to money in there, you don't know the type of like ethical equivocations people make with themselves, Well, if I say this, I get this much, and I don't really not believe it, and it's not entirely false.
Like God won't judge me for this.
Yeah, it's not like it's just a little bit good. Did my Claude do it? Yes. Did I tell it to? No. Did somebody else tell it to? Maybe. Do I have to say that? No. Does it make me a liar? Not really.
Does it get me extra clicks?
Yeah.
Dude, when you said you made an agent from Jesse, was right. Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
Like, dude, what would stop someone from making a Jesus agent?
lack of data. Because all you really got's the Bible. But you could have
Well, I mean, that's a
then
pretty big.
well
That's
then
a
it
lot
de-
of data,
but
dude.
it depends then, right? Because then it's like, okay, whose data are you including and who isn't? And then it's like, whose Jesus is it or who is, you know?
What color is he?
With something like this, it's easy because it's just everybody agrees these were words spoken by him, words written by him, trades taken by him. Once you start getting into that other shit, what is interesting though is what I thought about immediately was my grandma, on like how I wish that she was old enough to where I could sit her down and get a lot of that just experiences, shit she's got, you know what I mean? If she didn't have dementia already. And then how powerful that would be once she did start showing signs of dementia to be able to have an external hard drive, basically, right? That could maybe keep her on track longer,
Dude, that's so
remind her of
coming.
things. It is, it definitely is. I don't know how
Elon
people
Musk
feel
did.
about it. Like, people are like, oh, well, you're trying to immortalize, and it's not that. It's like while they're still alive. And yes, are you going to be left with a digital representation of them after they're dead? Yeah. Does that mean that your grandkids can come ask you how you dealt with girls when you were 15 or 16 for advice? Something they're not going to be able to because you know what I mean? It's people are going to feel one way or another about it, but the one thing I know for sure is that it's coming.
There's already companies making holograms of passed away loved ones, and they come back
Yeah.
and like talk to you.
Some
Dude,
people's brains need to be preserved, bro. Like the fact that we just lose life experience like that. And yeah, there's books in it, but not everybody writes books. You know?
dude, there's a lot of smart people that die way too early before they can be, you know, not when I was gonna say the word pillaged, but that's a Viking way of saying it, but like extracted.
Yeah. And it's almost already there when it comes to social media, right? Like if you are 20 years old right now, when you have a kid, your kid's going to be able to go on your social and see what you wore on a certain day when at the same age that he was, or how you were online, or how you dealt with, you know what I mean? Like those memories are already there and they're going to be used that way. It's probably important to remember that the next time you take that picture in the bathroom with your butt propped up on a sink. Just saying. Gentlemen, am I right, gentlemen?
Yeah.
What
I'm
happens
talking
when
to
they
you,
go back?
fellas.
Yeah.
What happens when it like all finds the suspended accounts? It's like, all right, man, what do we do here?
Yeah, when your kid goes and uses the Wayback Machine to see all the shit you deleted.
Dude, there is a part now. You guys please don't take my idea, but this
Oh yeah,
idea.
say it here on YouTube. Why
Bro,
don't you? Go ahead.
No,
us,
I'm kidding. There's no way I would do this. It's too dark. But I see in the next couple of years, or maybe there already is. I don't know. I didn't do the research, but talking yearns
this Bears
of
channel's
your
breaking down. They have them. It's kind of it's spooky.
yeah, but like I was thinking like medieval, like large urn of your
Oh,
parents,
you're
grandmother's
gonna make. I
ashes,
know
and
you're gonna make it. I already know. I can see it. It's gonna
They're
be
gonna
some
have
epic like
yeah,
relic.
dude.
they're gonna have urinals that say, "Hey, you haven't had sex for like 3 weeks. It's time to go to the bar."
I
You
didn't
haven't
say
been.
urinal, you goofball. I said urn.
Oh, my bad. I thought you said urinal.
What the f-
Damn, my bad.
well,
My mind's in the gutter.
He's like, okay, yeah, that's a way better idea.
there we go. Well, then you give me another idea.
Nah, but hey, a talking urinal at a bar though, probably not a bad. That's probably good for tips, bro. It just like compliments you and shit. You go to pee, it's like, hey there, big fella. I see you've been working out. You're like, I like this place. I'll come here more often.
But that would just be, I mean, it'd be like an advanced version of Alexa, right? Because you were just saying about how Alexa's
Yeah.
so far behind.
Yeah.
But like you could have that conversation where the urn is just sitting there like the old days, they just sit there with the ashes on it, you know? It's just a common thing. I mean, I think it's kind of creepy. I've never personally seen one, but I know a lot of people have them. But the fact that it could like, I really had a bad day and and this problem that I couldn't solve. What do you think, Dad? Like, can you help me out with this? And the urn starts talking. Just wild, man.
You remember when you would see those old movies of like where kids play with toys that didn't play, like just like wood toys or whatever, and then like toys with batteries came out, and like now the toy has to do something. Like that's how it's gonna be for everything, bro. It's like, yeah, this car is cool, but why doesn't it have an AI? Like all the Benzes have that Benz AI now. It's kind of trippy. Just shit like that, right? It's like AI is such an easy way to. It's just a brand new vertical for almost every product that's out there.
Yeah, like things will be reinvented. Like that makes everything that was so static and stale now makes it like worth owning, I guess.
Some of y'all need a toothbrush to tell you, hey, you're not done yet. You shouldn't.
Dude, that
Nobody here, of course. I'm talking like in general to the world. You shouldn't,
but
right?
that's
Your
a good
parents should
point,
teach
man.
you how many minutes to brush your teeth. And like during COVID, where they had to tell people, no, you have to wash your hands for more than 30 seconds. It's
Well,
like,
they have that
okay,
new
well,
thing now.
now the sink needs to be like, hey, you're not done. You know?
There's that tool now you put in your mouth because they're relating bacteria in your mouth to like Alzheimer's and dementia,
Yeah.
where you put it in your mouth and it reads the amount of bacteria. Even though if you clean your teeth, you brush your teeth, they're saying that you're going to need to do more. And I just think that's freaking cool, man, because then you're like getting into the root of the causes of a lot of our illnesses that we have later in life. Yeah, it's gonna get wild, man. The problem is that everybody's gonna want to be in on it, and it's there's so many products, man. You get confused and overwhelmed. Like, which one do I get? And you sit on the sidelines and wait for other people to purchase it, and then if it's a banger, then you're behind, right? But if it's a failure, then you're like, I'm glad I waited.
By the way, my brain's been working lately. It's more like, which one do I make?
Yeah, that too. But I don't know, man. The life coach thing too. Like I'm about 3/4 away through it, and it's already showing signs on each stage. What I'm hearing from you is basically is
It's
telling me I'm
great.
taking on too much.
Yeah. The funniest one that I saw was the one where it was like, um, so you say you wanna lose weight, but you have snacks at 4 o'clock in the morning 3 times a week. Which one is true? Do you love snacks? Or do you want to lose weight?
Dude, that's what I'm saying. That's what you need. Dude, that's the part where I love it. It's already finding like contrary thought that
Yeah.
I don't feel like it's contrary.
Yeah.
But it's just calling it out, saying like this doesn't you literally just contradicted yourself.
And I know some of y'all out there saying, bro, my wife does that. Like, I don't need my wife will tell me every time I have a conscience. Well, she's tired of doing that shit, bro. She's tired of your shit. She's just not gonna tell you. Just like your man. Your man is tired of telling you that you forgot to do this or asking you if you took your pills or so it's time to give our significant others a little break.
Yeah, man. I
Take
think
care of some
sometimes
of
you
this
get
shit on our own.
Yep. You just don't want to die on that hill anymore. When it starts causing an argument or whatever, you just like, I just want to have a chill relationship with my spouse. And so then you're not helping them because you don't know how to present it in a way to where they're not going to get defensive. So you just don't anymore.
If you want to make it a group thing, when you're putting together your daily planner, have your wife add some things to that list.
There we go. And dude, like when you said be honest with it, and then I had an answer. And then in the way that it gave me a summary, it sounded misleading because I didn't give it something. I wasn't deliberately holding back.
Yeah.
I just forgot to mention it. And then when I mentioned it, it revisited that section and said, okay, this changes things a little bit. And so I wasn't trying to be dishonest. I just couldn't not remember some things that, like maybe you haven't had a certain behavior or thing that you haven't done in a long time, but you still technically did it at one point. And that's all I'm saying is like, I thought about what you said is like, don't be deceiving with it because it's not going to be helpful to you. But I just sometimes just forget that, certain things.
I'm gonna fix the prompt. I'm gonna take it to first principles because I was looking over it and it leaves too much room for people to give subjective answers. So I think if I take it to first principles and instead of acting like, what are your strengths? Like that's some people don't know, bro. I think some people's main problem is that they don't know what their strengths are. So it's hard to answer that question, right? So if I have it prompt more specific and then it figures your strengths, if you don't, you can answer your strength if you know what it is, but I think it'll be better.
Sith said a really cool thing. Could be rough for people that need perfection. AI is a deep
Oh
rabbit
yeah.
hole, and it's okay to not. So that's what's really cool about your prompt. It'll even tell you that you are taking on too much. You're trying to do too much. You're trying to be too perfect, and you need to just enjoy some moments in life. And one thing that it said to me, it's like you mentioned that you have two teenage, blah blah blah, and you need to spend like what you're telling me. You've never talked about how you spend time with them, and I'm like, oh my god. When you put it all in, and we eat dinner together, we talk a lot and stuff like that. But it's always on passing by. It's always like we'll watch UFC together. We'll do the events. It's not like I ignore my children.
Yeah.
It's just the way it framed it, man, made me feel like a total freaking loser.
Oh.
I just, but it pointed out a point of like, oh, crap, maybe you do need to spend more time not trying to organize everything, just be more organic,
Yeah, that's what I like. That everybody's output is going to be so different. Some people, it's going to tell you that you need to lock in, and some people are going to tell you that you need to just chill. You're doing way too much. You need to breathe. Another thing that I thought was powerful was, I started talking about goals, and then it was asking me about past goals. So then I started talking about past goals, and it was like, you realize you've reached those, right? And like, yeah, it's like, well, have you celebrated them? And then sometimes it'll show you like you're further along than you think you are, but you're so locked in on that next goal that you're not celebrating the goals that you've already hit. You know what I mean?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. You got to celebrate your wins, bro. I don't think we do enough of that because it's that rat race,
Yeah,
That's
you're
why I
chasing the next
said,
thing.
that's why I said, like, there's only two people you need to pay attention to, the person behind you and the person in front of you. Right? Sometimes the space that you're putting between you and the person behind you is the win, even if you haven't caught the person in front of you. But we pay so much attention to that person in front of us that, like, we don't realize that we're miles ahead of the last person behind us now. You can't even see that person in the rear view anymore.
Yeah, man, I'm an open book. I have nothing to hide. Like, I don't mind. I just wanted to give you some good feedback that it
Nah,
hasn't
I
even been
appreciate it
24
because it
hours, dude.
helps. I appreciate it because it helps. A lot of people gave me really good feedback. And one of the things that I thought was cool is, so I did it to where it lives on your PC because I wanted people to be honest. And because of that, I really didn't expect for as many people as did to publicly come out and talk about what it found. But what happened right after class, which I thought was pretty cool, is that people started coming into chat and just saying, damn, it said I need to do this and I need to do this. And it's like they were saying it out loud in front of the group, right? Like making themselves accountable to the. I thought that was super cool. That's something that I didn't expect, but it makes a
Almost like
difference,
AA.
bro.
Yeah,
It is
bro.
because people, you know what I mean? Like it'll take somebody that maybe heard you say, okay, yeah, they definitely said I need to be asleep by 3. I've been like burning too long, da da da. But the next time it's 4:30 and you're still up, somebody in the group might be like, hey, remember you were supposed to be asleep by 3. I don't know, man. I feel like that's the whole point of a community for the most part. If we're gonna sit here and call each other family when you start acting like it.
Or at least all shill a coin together, right?
Yeah. And again, not necessary. 1000% to keep it personal. Right? Because it's nobody else's business. But just seeing people do that sort of organically was cool. Mine was
So
rough,
mine.
bro. Mine was not easy. I didn't expect it to be as hard as it was, but it was. Oh, some real uncomfortable truths, some real kicks in the ass.
Dude, most of mine was about time management, and it's telling me a story, basically from everything I'm seeing so far, because I'm not done with the last step yet. Is that you are chasing after things with no plan. And these are the extracurricular stuff, right? Like I plan at work, I plan my finances for retirement. Like I do the things that we're supposed to do as a, uh, productive member of society, and to make sure that we're not a burden on others. That's solid. And it even said that. But it's the extra stuff, that the extra credit stuff, that I'm all over the place, and it's basically saying you are going to go insane if you don't make a plan and have timelines for these things. And it said some of the same things you said, Dbloc. Like it said, um, I don't have it in front of me right now because I'm on my work PC, but it was basically saying that you need to. It didn't say cut out the noise, but the gist I got from the summary is that you need to cut out the noise. And you've said it like, even though I know it and I've known it all my life, don't worry about what other people think. But
Yeah.
it said it in a much more elegant way. And it also said it like you cannot be a child of you can't be a child of the what am I trying to say? You can't be a sponge for the world's problems.
It's a fact. There's a lot of inequality and a lot of, if you want to rage against the machine, bro, there's never a day that you can't find something that needs to be addressed. You know? The problem is that we get really good at that. That's like that video that I saw with that little Indian kid that I showed y'all, where he was like, "What do you practice?" Right? Because whatever you practice, you get good at. So if you practice, looking for the world's wrongs, or not even looking, but just trying to correct any sort of, harm that you see, or any sort of like microaggression, or any sort of, then what happens is you become an expert at that, and you'll find things where nobody else does because you're an expert. You're an expert because that's what you've put your energy towards. So the law of polarity says that you don't change things by concentrating on what needs to change. Right? You change things by giving it the opposite polarity until it affects the outcome. That's one of the biggest changes that I made personally in my life, was my negativity. I was a dude that when I left the house, if you looked at me, by the time 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, I had a whole summary of what you were thinking. And it was all negative. Look at me for too long, you had a problem. Can't tell you the amount of fights that I got into because of the way somebody was looking at me. And it wasn't just me, because the other person was programmed exactly the same way. I'm doing it to him, he's doing it to me. Next thing we know, we're fighting. Right? Anytime 3 people are sitting in a circle talking, they're talking about you. Right? It's like all that negativity, right? Well, you're always going to find it. If that's how you think, you're going to see it everywhere. But reversing that polarity and lying to yourself for a minute, which is what you have to do, which is why it's hard. You almost have to fake it till you make it. Right? You see somebody looking at you, and the first thought is, oh, they think this or that, and you flip that and say, oh, it's my outfit. That shit is crazy, right? I know. Nah, these sneakers, yeah, you can't get these. I know. It's like one of ones. You just keep it moving. Is it delusional sometimes? Does it feel delusional? Yeah. But the truth is that not everything is negative, right? And if you start looking for, like, I know I sound crazy right now, y'all. Trust me, it feels crazy coming out of my mouth. But if you just think positive, then eventually things get positive, right? Not because they weren't before, but because you were so busy looking at the negative shit that you looked right past all the positive shit.
And dude, we're finding out that's also biological too. Like chemically changes your outcome, the way your body responds to negativity.
Yep. I'm not even going to get into manifestation and what being negative on a constant basis does to creation, but yeah. You get what you give energy to. I'll leave it at that. Whatever you give the most energy to is what you're going to keep receiving. The life you're living now is just an energetic history of what you gave energy to before.
That's why I believe in karma, man. I probably don't believe in the pure definition of karma, but I definitely believe that energy can never be created nor destroyed, but just transformed from one form to another. And I really believe that is very connected to what you were just talking about.
Yeah, my karmic debt has a lot to do with how I live my life now. I lived a large part of my life not giving a hell about anybody but myself and moving that way, you know? You end up crushing a lot of people in that path. So there's definitely a lot of karmic debt there.
So, like, that's interesting, man. Were you that way because of your environment and not because of the way that you're structured, that you were biologically designed? Because some people, man, are just kind of psychopaths.
I was
They're
always
built
raised
that way.
I was always raised good. My parents told me right from wrong. I was a knucklehead, but I wasn't one of these knuckleheads that didn't know better. Right? I wanted things that I couldn't afford. And to do that, I had to do things that, you know what I mean? So a lot of it is nature versus nurture. And then a lot of it is nurture versus nature, right? Like environment definitely has something to do with it. But it's not all that, because I know kids that grew up in the same neighborhood I did, stayed straight, went and did everything they needed to do in school, came home, stayed off the street, you know? So it's not all environment. I think the way I was born, my personality, I have like and I mean now that I've gotten diagnosed, my ADHD and my OCD comes with command avoidance, something that they call command avoidance, which is like, you can't just tell me to do something. You've never been able to tell me to do something ever since I was little. I've always been like that. They can't just tell me clean my room, right? They had to find other ways to. I always had a problem with authority, always had a problem with teachers. And it's just that, like, it's command avoidance. And that's just the way my brain is structured, right? My brain acts adversely to commands. But that leads, as you can imagine, to a kid growing up in New York City to a lot of shit, you know? I thought I was fully grown.
I mean, that explains why you're independent. I mean, like you have your own. I mean, like if crypto didn't exist, you'd probably would have found another way to still
Yeah.
run without having a manager or a boss above you. I mean, I know we're always going to have an authoritarian, structure
I'm a
like
horrible
government.
employee, bro. I'm a horrible employee. I'm a great partner if you're a good partner. But if I get that hint of superiority, or you know what I mean? And I've also never told anybody else what to do because of it. It's not like you can't tell me what to do, but do what I say. Like, because of it, I've always had an aversion to telling somebody what to do, because I know what that feels like. You know what I mean?
Yes. That is so crazy, man. That's why I think that I'm the one who's like the soft one on the kids, because I don't like being told what to do, so I'm very gentle with the kids, and my wife has to turn into a monster because I'm not putting the foot down enough.
Yeah. Exactly, Cat. It's
So
just natural
crazy,
law.
man.
You could tell Bitcoin's going sideways because we've ping ponged all over the place in the last. Damn, it's already 8 o'clock in the last 3 hours. Good convo though.
Sitting on a nice bull flag. The daily looks like it's trying to finish a reversal and it's struggling, but it's trying.
Be
Yeah,
safe, YG.
I haven't looked at dominance in like a month, and I just looked at it, and holy cow, did it take a huge dump.
Yeah, it took a great hit. That's when alts were running. That was amazing, bro. The amount of alt season videos that came out on YouTube,
Yeah.
bro. Oh my god. Top 10 alts before alt season. I was like, yo, these people are disrespectful.
There were some runners.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. XLM did really good. There's a couple random ones here and there that ran. Hype did amazing.
I noticed it did bounce off.
Zcash did great until it didn't do great.
Yeah.
But that multi, or I got a 2 hour downward channel on dominance, and it bounced right off the top of the channel up to the upside. So yeah, I'm with you. I would not be getting. I mean, I'm trading alts, but I'm not like all in on alts. I've always been, right. So it's not like I'm changing who I am or whatever. But if I was somebody who was sitting on the outside, and like this is not a time to get into alts.
It's just a tide, man. That's all. It's just, things zig and they
Depends.
zag.
I mean, it depends. I look on the weekly. If we do a reversal on Bitcoin right now and just hold right now, kind of these 60, 70 levels, and start creeping up mid 70s, like 70K, 75K, I think it's a great time to have some alts in your pocket.
I think the problem is that we haven't established a real floor here, even though we double bottomed at 60. Unless we can start crawling above 65, 70, like
Yeah.
this thing could easily roll over.
It's
There's two
trying. You see
possibilities
on
for
the
me
daily?
for how this ends, right? Like, if we look at just real quick, let's go to the weekly.
Sailor, let's get some buys in there. Come on.
By the
Let's get these
way,
guys moving.
if you didn't see the have we bottomed yet, last week we did a video going over my whole thesis for the bottom. But just roughly, right? This double bottom, if it holds and we just start ranging here, then the possibility of that final sweep only taking us to high 50s, low 40s, I mean low 50s, high 40s is pretty big. If we break this level and come down to 52, like I think we're going to, like even if we come up and hit the top of this, right? If we come down to 52, like I think we're going to, and we start to go into our long range there, then that's what opens up the possibilities for the 38 to 48. But either way, even in my opinion, even if we range here, that final sweep that's going to take care of all of that long, because the longer we range, the more long liquidity is going to pile up here, right? Everybody and their mother's going to be going long. So it's going to get swept. It always gets swept. The question is, how high are we when we sweep so we can figure out where the low is going to be, right? But swept it will. And for me, that's the smooth moving average. This is my target, y'all. This is what I call the black swan line. I know black swans are unpredictable, but somebody needs to tell that to the 230 smooth moving average.
I was always talking smack, like have a lot of dry powder for the Black Swan events. And 1010, I was probably 80% in my portfolio with only like not even 20% dry powder left. That was not a good scenario. 1010.
So this is the 230 SMMA, and this is every black swan that we've had at the bottom of our bear markets. COVID, FTX. That line is currently sitting at 45K.
I used to love
46.
the number 10. Now I hate it. I got PTSD.
Yeah. That's my plan, and I'm sticking to it.
Ten was so dirty though, man. The way they did it. Oh man.
Only two things could save you from 1010. Literally only two things. Or the things that we talk about all the time. Either A, you weren't trading leverage, or B, you only had 5% of your portfolio outside of Bitcoin holdings.
Dude, I got double whammy. I probably told you 100 times because WLFI got hit right before everything got hit. So there was some insider trading happening there before the tariff, and I got hit twice.
Yeah, it was nasty work, bro. It was literally a 1-day bear market for alts. Alts are just now getting down to their wicks, or have passed them already, right? Some of them have already passed them and took out their 1010 wicks. But that was literally a bear market in 1 day. You know what that exposed more than anything to me? And it's what people don't talk about. Like, nobody talks about this. Everybody talks about how market maker glitched out on Binance. Everybody talks about how they announced the vulnerability before it even happened. Everybody talks about how market makers took their orders off of the book, but that's where they stop. But that's where it gets interesting to me, because it's true, right? Every alt that we saw had a full order book. The problem is that, and we didn't realize that until after. The problem is that every single one of these orders in the order book was market maker. And when things started to collapse and market maker removed all of his orders, there was nothing to stop the price from falling. And what that showed more than anything was the absolute lack of interest in alts. Zero interest. Price was literally just being propped up by market maker holding balance. And that's when I absolutely just stopped looking at alts. Like, what more do you have to see? Alts went all the way. I mean, alts dropped 90% before they found anybody willing to buy.
I'm all in. Let's go.
Not every exchange was shut down, right? People could still buy on other exchanges.
Right back.
Mm-hmm. I think the main change in people is, if they didn't completely give up on alts, which you shouldn't, they respect the rotation a lot more. But we can go back. I mean, we record every single day, uncut, unedited, 24 hours a day. You can go back to the week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, a month, 2 months, 3 months before 1010. And you can hear me on here every day when somebody asks me about alt, saying we're not there yet. We haven't got the rotation yet. How many times did I pull up that rotation chart and show the rotation from Bitcoin to Ethereum to, right? Until Ethereum outperforms Bitcoin for a sustained period of time, takes out its all-time highs and holds it, there's no alt season. At the time when everybody on YouTube was telling you the top 25 altcoins to buy, I was buying silver. I sold my alts here publicly. At my profit start. This is the point at a normal bull market that you sell your alts and you go into Bitcoin for the last push up. Once Bitcoin makes the last push up, then alt season starts to bubble up, right? And you make your run, right? I exited here and went into silver. Come on, move. That was my rotation. What happened to alts at that point? If we look at total 2, right? From that point forward, alts did nothing to go down. Total 2 as a whole double topped, but most alts didn't. Right? Most alts saw their high here. Like if you look at Sui or Soul. Right? If you look at Soul.
Scotty,
And it's
rotating's the
like,
hardest thing, dude.
this isn't like, I'm not saying this to be like, oh, Dbloc's got a crystal freaking ball or nothing. I'm saying it to say that rotation let you know this was going to happen, right? If you pay attention to the rotation of capital, then this wasn't a surprise. And like I said, if you go back and you look, and it's not, I'm not shilling myself or anything. I just want you to understand that this was predictable. Now, when it started to become a surprise, right, was around here when alt started failing and not taking out their highs and not, it's like, oh, this is starting to look a little bit different. But by that point, silver's already making all-time highs.
I mean, D-Block, I was here for all of that. I think for me, the thing that I'm still shocked on, man, is like coins breaking multi-year uptrends. Like the bottom of the trend, so drawing a wedge.
Yeah.
Breaking the bottom wedge. That to me, I don't, dude. I don't see any indicator that said that they were because they were following it for like several cycles, and I look back and go, what could I have done to say, yeah, dude, do not buy the bottom of that multi-year wedge? Because I bought the bottom of the multi-year wedge and got like wrecked. Not wrecked. I mean, lost a lot of my upper gains that I made throughout the year. I would have been probably up 40%, and I ended up leaving the year in like 21%.
The only thing that I could say is the way that the rotation helps is if ETH hasn't been outperforming, then it doesn't matter what the pattern is. Right? Like you were buying on a row of that champagne tower that the champagne was never going to get to. You know what I mean? Like that trickle down pyramid. Yeah. And the only thing you can really do to see that, right, is just liquidity, right? First, we know that we were in quantitative tightening, so alts already underperformed, right? Which means that if it was going to move, it would have to move with the amount of money that we already have in the market. Right? There's no new money coming in. But if the amount of money that we've had in the market has consistently failed to make it down through all the levels, right? Then it's like taking the risk at the lower level just to be prepared for when that rotation does happen is dangerous. Right? The money kept circulating from Bitcoin to Ethereum, then Bitcoin would take the lead again. Right? Did we get some sort of splashdown? And yeah, alts moved a little bit, right? But nothing that sustained. Right? Until Ethereum can hold this money, right? Make an all-time high and hold the all-time high. Making the all-time high is what makes ETH holders feel rich. Holding the all-time high is what makes ETH holders feel like they can spend that money now. And then that's when that then comes into your lowers. And then these guys make all-time high and hold. And then you go down to your memes, and then you got a full-blown alt season at that point. But you can't jump too far ahead of the, you just can't jump too far ahead of the rotation. Because what we know now, and to be fair, we didn't experience it before, right? But what we know now is that that rotation down to alts, that tide that lifts all ships, isn't guaranteed. And it's not a feature of the bull market, right? It's just something that happens under very specific monetary policy.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to ask you. So would I mean, two bull markets from now, we can say that, oh, you remember the year where there wasn't an alt season? I mean, we can now
Yeah,
say
it might
that.
even be the next one. It might be the next one, because if people take the lessons that they learned during this bull market and blindly apply them to the next one, but we're in quantitative easing and the money printer's going crazy and rates are near zero, then you're going to leave tons of money on the table, right? Because
Yeah.
that's when you are going to have an alt season, right? And that's when it is going to make sense to load up on some alts at the lows. But what we can't do is premeditate that. So what's the best way to deal with it, right? In my opinion, the best way to deal with it is you load up at Bitcoin on the lows, and you look for evidence that monetary policy is going to be lenient enough to actually flow into alts. And then once you make that decision, well, your Bitcoin's already accumulated in value, right? Which means that you can probably buy more of the alt than you could have if you bought the low anyways. You haven't lost the opportunity to go into alts. But you also didn't buy the dip on every alt just to find out that Walsh is going to raise rates for 3 years to prove that he's not Trump's bitch or something. You know what I mean? Like, there's just so many question marks that you got to play it smart. All right, I got to get some food, y'all, because I've literally been yapping for 3 hours and I need to eat. And we haven't moved at all. I've literally just been sitting here. So I'll be back. Bro, you just be yapping, Fly. Like parabolic yapping. I'll be back, y'all.
You know what time it is. Time to win that check. Okay, I got something for that. Where's the trap? That's enough of this bullishness.
Oi. What's going on, fam? Just getting back from the gym. Man, we're still sitting here, really. Oh, we freed the trap longs. That's a thing, I guess. Y'all up to? That poly market bet just paid for the summer. Holy shit. Holy shit. I'll be right back.
We are the champions.
It's good, yo. Gotta make some plans. Plan on touching down New York City the next couple days. New York City. Only TA I care about is that we just broke out of a 53-year downtrend. Everything else can wait 24 hours. The city's gonna be crazy for the summer, bro. This summer's about to be stupid. Jay-Z's about to have a Yankee Stadium concert to throw the summer off, to like spark the summer off. And starting all of that with a win, bro. This summer is gonna be absolutely insane. Hey, look, bro, one miracle at a time, bro. Give me a second. I'm just trying to wrap up some research. I'll tell you what I don't like right now. This is already played out, so it doesn't matter. But it's just a bigger. It's just a bigger bearish channel. Slow breaking W's create bear flags, but this one is kind of substantial. And be honest with you, you can probably continue to pull. Ugh. That looks ugly the further back I pull. Excuse me. Bearish channel, not a bear flag. Right, it's just a channel. There's no pole attached. Nah, this wouldn't be that deep at all. It would be just the length of the channel. Yeah, something like that. 63.8. But that would invalidate this measured move. Be nice to grab that last one. We're right there. That's what I've been waiting for all day. But yeah, it's not like that's not the bearish channel that you need to worry about. This is the bearish channel you need to worry about. But we're still quite a bit away from this doing any real damage. I just don't want anybody to forget what we're sitting inside of. Mm. I know it's a little sobering. Kind of feels like the macro, right? It feels like we're on the 4 hour looking at 59K Bitcoin. Like we rewound 2 months to before the relief rally. This indeed is a bear flag. And this, like I've been telling you, is the bear flag that brings you down to my targets. Right? Even if we come all the way up 66, 67, this flag is so big that this pole is so big, pause, that you could bring the flag all the way up to 70 as long as you're the in-break structure. But conservatively, if you were to take a conservative pull on this, it brings you down to my first target. if you were to take a non-conservative pull on it, which is what most people will do, in my opinion, because this isn't much of an interruption here, you'd be looking at a way deeper drop. Like if you look at it on the 4-hour, you look at it on the 4-hour, that whole thing is a pull. And then in turn would bring you down a little bit closer to my base case. The measured move from the actual, Big Daddy bear flag that we already broke out of, placed at where price broke, takes you right to my base case, 44. So name pattern, and now confirmation from a sub pattern. If that breaks, but baby steps. Right? There's levels to this shit. Right now, the concentration is, do we invalidate this W pattern? 1, 2, psychological ranges are about to be done calculating, which means that we should revisit this area at some point during the week. Which means I'm not expecting a huge drop where we just turn around and forget about this area. Question is, do we pop up and visit it on the way back down, or the opposite? All right, let me go wrap this stuff up.
Night wraps BCT tight. Hidden levels hum below. Voice breaks through the noise.
Little liquidity sweep.